Your ADHD friend gets overwhelmed by noise? Then this is the gift.
Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team Career here on the PC. And tonight we are going to continue on with the race for Abu Dhabi before we head to Suzuka for round 4. So last night we had some internet issues. Upload speeds were terrible, which was resulting in the frame just constantly stuttering. And the stream was probably unwatchable. Apologies for those who did try and watch it. Thank you for those who stuck it out all the way through to the end of qualifying. We have got qualification results. Let's have a look at the race starting grid. It is Oscar who has put it on pole position ahead of Liam Lawson. Charles Leclerc is third. Then it's Perez, Sainz, Antonelli, Colapinto, Lindblad, Ocon and Russell. That's your top 10. Looking a little bit further down the order, you'll see in Q2, Stroll, Norris, Gasly, Verstappen, Hamilton and Hadjar was the order of elimination. And then out in Q1, Alex Albon, Schumacher, Behrman, Iwasa, Tsunoda and Bortoleto, who is starting from the pit lane thanks to that damaged gearbox that he has. So that is our starting grid. We need to get our strategies prepped in. So let's figure out what we want to do with that. Evening Daniel, evening Adrian, Dino, good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's looking in the chat as well. Let's see, it is going to be hot, that much we do know. Let's see, the current ambient temperature 25 degrees. Track temperature is probably going to be pretty high. I think we want to get off our soft pretty quickly. The question is, do we go medium? I think yes with Hamilton. He has got that improved tyre wear. Do I even want to try? Maybe, no, we haven't got an extra set of soft tyres. Let's program in that and see how we get on with that. And then for Hadjar, I might go with the same strategy actually. Let's have a look. Yeah, his tyre wear not looking as good. I think we'll go with this with the potential of switching him onto a set of hards at the end. Like that. So let's program in that strategy there as well. Cars are at 100%, which is always what we want to see. We're going to take a couple of laps of fuel out. We're going to go not too aggressive off the line. We'll leave everything as is. Let's just put that into top up. There we go. And we are ready to jump straight into the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race. There's certainly been a buzz around the Mercedes driver this weekend.
They got everything right to earn that P6 position. Now they've just got to show they can do it again in the race.
But there's no more time left. We've got a race on our hands. Anything could happen. It's the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
So a good start for Oscar. He leads into turn one, and Charles Leclerc gets past Lawson. We've got a big crash, a huge crash. Schumacher involved. Iwasa and Behrman also wrapped up in that.
VSC.
Let's have a look at that crash.
Along the straights here. Pushing a bit too hard at this point. Oh, and the car's there. Unable to keep out of
was he
each other's
tagged
way.
from the side
That
there,
won't do
or
their
did he just
confidence
lose control?
any
It's
good.
hard to tell from that angle. But Schumacher is out, I think. Yeah, Schumacher is out. We have damage to Behrman and Iwasa. Bortoleto avoided all of that by being in the pit lane. There you see the stricken Nissan. And Schumacher, having had a really good return to the grid last season, is having a terrible start to 2028.
And we need you to take care of the tires.
And we may as well go into harvest mode. Just protect the ERS just a little bit longer.
Okay. And charge button on, charge button on.
Hadjar is ahead of Hamilton. I don't know if they've actually switched places. I think they have. Yes, they have. They've switched places. So a penalty for Iwasa. So Iwasa was the cause of the incident. He must have tagged the inside of Schumacher to then send him spinning in the opposite direction. Let's take a look at Behrman's car. So he's got some minor front wing damage on that left-hand side. You can see just part of that end plate there is missing. Let's take a look at Iwasa's car. Oh, his front wing in much worse condition. Let's see if he boxes. A little glitch to his rear wing. It looks to be intact, but Iwasa's staying out. So yeah, we got that weird little visual glitch on the rear wing again. But that will be a fully functioning rear wing. Dramatic start to tonight's Grand Prix. And this is allowing us to get some of that fuel saved nice and early. I think we've saved a kilo already. Kilo and a half, actually. It's about 1.8 kilos, I think, for a lap around this circuit. Could theoretically have taken even more out, but let's play it safe. And there we go, tyres need to be turned back up, turn on the batteries again. We are about to go racing.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
And we are back underway. Green flag is being waved.
And DRS enabled.
So at the end of lap 2, it is Piastri from Leclerc, Lawson in 3rd, Sainz 4th, Perez 5th, Antonelli in 6th place. Then it's Lindblad from Colapinto, Ocon, Russell, Norris, Stroll, Verstappen 13th, 14th for Gasly. Hadjar has got ahead of Hamilton. He's now 15th, ahead of 16th for Hamilton. 17th for Albon, Tsunoda in 18th, 19th Behrman with minor front wing damage, 20th major front wing damage, and a penalty for Iwasa that will be served at his first pit stop. And then Bortoletto in 21st. Mick Schumacher out at the first turn of this Grand Prix. As Piastri and Leclerc do battle. Leclerc having a look but could not get the move done through the chicane. We'll have DRS to close back up again after having lost a little momentum there. Bortoletto gets past Iwasa, who is really going to be struggling for downforce with that damage to his front wing. Hadjar has slipped out of range, so let's start to push his batteries. Hamilton is overtaken by Alex Albon. Let's turn his battery on as well.
Continue like this.
DRS was active right from the restart. I completely forgot because it's a VSC, so it does not disable it at all. And that was a lovely little move up the inside for Albon there. Back to Hadjar. Piastri sets the fastest lap of a 1:26.6. That's going to tumble as the race continues. And Hamilton is struggling at the moment to stay with Albon. Hadjar struggling to stay with Gasly, under pressure from Albon. And he's going to make the move up the inside into turn 5. And that is a done deal. He will have DRS to pull away from us as well.
Okay, let's get on it.
As long as we can stay with him, we've got a chance to close back up to the train of Gasly in front. Leclerc does get ahead of Oscar Piastri through the banked curve. Quick look at tyre choices. Perez, Stroll, Verstappen, Albon, our 2 drivers and Iwasa all starting on the softs. 2 drivers starting on the hard tyres. That's Colapinto and Tsunoda. Everyone else starting on mediums.
Charge button on.
And Leclerc now on 26.1 as he looks to see if he can break away from Piastri.
Charge on.
So what's the track temperature at the moment? 32.5 degrees, and it looks like it might be starting to slightly climb. We'll keep an eye on that. Tyre temps starting to get a little high. 32.5, maybe it's actually going down slightly. As Hamilton goes up the inside, he will complete that move. Let's give a little bit of harvest now to Hadjar.
Charge on. Yeah.
And let's see if Hamilton can help close the gap to Albon. Or is he going to try and retake the place? He is going to retake the place.
Charge button on.
Our targets for tonight, as always, are 18th for both. Let's see if we can achieve that. As Behrman gets in front of Yuki Tsunoda. And the gap continues to extend. We are definitely lacking in a bit of pace, it would seem.
He has DRS.
But then we're not pushing the tyres, maybe the AI is. Hamilton is once again going to push through.
Use the enemies.
Or try to. He's actually not going to get it.
Continue, keep going.
Right, let's see if our gap will start to come down a little bit as the race progresses. A little worrying that we are struggling to stay with the train.
Very happy with tyre management.
Wasser now 3.5 seconds adrift at the back of the Grand Prix. His race is effectively done in terms of points, unless we get like a big safety car later in the race to close the whole field up. Depends how much structural damage has been done to his car. I mean, he's going to change that front wing and serve a penalty, so his first stop's going to be slow, and he is losing time every lap at the moment. But he's on soft, so it's not like he's going to be out there for, you know, another 20 odd laps. as if he was on hards.
DRS.
He may be able to fight his way back into things a little bit later. All right, Hamilton gets through.
So deployed.
Let's see if Hamilton can stay ahead into the banking this time. Yes, he can. All right, so a chance for us to try and push with Hamilton now.
And charge button on. Charge on. Yes.
It definitely looks like he has a little less pace than Lewis.
Water out tyres.
All right, let's put him into harvest mode. Try and refill his battery in the DRS zones. 127.5 from Lewis. Let's see what he does this lap.
And more energy available. Cylinder has DRS.
Oh, don't do it, Isaac. Don't do it, Isaac. Ah, damn it. All right. Let's push with Isaac.
You are good to go. Mode push.
I really don't want to impose team orders in terms of, do not attack. I suppose at the very least this will hopefully help get the confidence up for both cars. Yeah, Isaac's in peak confidence now. Hamilton is recovering after a difficult start.
And charge button on.
But the gap continues to expand in front of us. 4.5 seconds now. Russell gets up into 7th place as Norris got past Perez. Perez falling down the order here. Colapinto back past Russell. And all changed again.
Hamilton has DRS. Charge on.
Starting to see some gaps opening up in the field. We've got Piastri and Leclerc starting to break away now from Lawson. Sainz putting some pressure on the Kiwi driver. Then it's another couple of seconds back to Antonelli, who has Lindblad for company. Russell and Colapinto are in their own private little fight. Another couple of seconds back, Norris starting to break away from Perez now. And Ocon looking to get himself into the top 10. And we can just see that happening in the background. There he is, getting the move done. Will have DRS as well, so he will start to push onto the back of Lando Norris. There you see our drivers just in the background. And here comes Lewis for a look. Katia will go back through again. Looks like he's going to try and go around the outside this time. Actually, Hamilton keeps him at bay. All right.
Start button on, please.
So we're 5 seconds off the back of Gasly. And let's increase Hamilton's tyre pace.
And we need to increase pushing status. Charge on.
And Hadjar once again struggling to stay with Hamilton. Bevan and Bortoletto having a scrap with Tsunoda as well. Iwasa's into the pits. Oh, it's a 10-second penalty, look. We'll go a set of mediums and a new front wing. And Hadjar's been overtaken by Yuki. Hadjar trying to come back at him, but the disparity in tyre wear is going to be quite high now. See, Hamilton is really starting to close in on Gasly. The gap's down to 4 seconds.
Might need to pick up the pace a little bit. Tires are ready.
Understood.
Okay for mode push.
Yeah, okay.
We're about to come under some serious pressure from Bortoletto. Hadjar's pace is starting to really struggle. Definitely paying the price for not putting Hamilton in front and keeping him in front with team orders.
He does have DRS on you.
So Bortoletto will give us the DRS. We'll hopefully retake that place into the banking. Yes, we can.
You're doing a great job. P18. Okay, so next car, Tsunoda.
Right, can we get back onto Tsunoda again, who is still closing in on Hamilton. Hamilton now just 2.5 seconds behind Gasly. And we have a yellow flag. Is that Charles Leclerc? It is. Oh, he's just spun out. He's going to tumble down the order.
Right, we're down at turn 5. And the rear just lets go.
And that was from the lead as well.
To make again. And look at the team there. They all knew what that
A disaster for
meant.
Charles Leclerc. Where is he actually going to be able to get back into the field again? Max goes through. He's out of the points now. We're going to go through at this rate. Oh, no, maybe not. Nope, there we go. There goes Hamilton. There's Tsunoda, Hadjar and Bortoletto. It's going to drop him all the way to the back of the grid, with the exception of Ayumu Iwasa. Disaster for Ferrari and Charles Leclerc there.
update when you can.
And Gasly gets past Stroll. You can see Hamilton on a really good lap here. Hadjar is now out of battery. Hamilton into range of Stroll and Gasly.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Okay.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Track temperature down to 29.5 degrees. The tyres have not been struggling with temperature as much as I thought they would. As Bortoleto has another issue. That has to be engine or battery. We know it's not gearbox because he's just had a brand new gearbox fitted. Hence his pit lane start. As here goes Hamilton at the inside with Stroll into the chicane. Completes the move, will give up the DRS.
Good job.
But with the battery, we should hopefully be able to hold him at bay. Bortoleto is
So
through.
this is what happened. Now here, we're taking turn 6. The opportunity begging to be taken. And up they go to 70.
See if Isaac can fight back. Perez down to 13th now. He started so high up. He was, what, 5th, I think? Maybe even 4th at the start. Fourth. He started in 4th place. He's down to 13th place. He's got to be coming in soon. Hadjar cannot even keep pace with Bortoleto at the moment. Antonelli struggling a little bit. George going to make the move. And Russell up to P5. A much better showing for George Russell today than we've seen so far this year. Evening, Wayne. Yuki failing to get past Stroll, but he's going to have another bite at the cherry. Hamilton out of battery now. And Oscar into the lead. Into the pits from the lead. Set of hard tyres. It's a decent stop. Antonelli's coming in. It's a decent stop, but he had to wait there for Antonelli, for Albon to go through before he could be released.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Box this lap.
Charles Leclerc in.
Let's get up to these cars in front.
Going for a set of hard tyres. Oh, and that's a spin. We cut to that just in time. Piastri has done what happened to Charles Leclerc, spinning out.
Yellow flag where you are.
And he's going to drop to the back of the grid now on those brand new tyres. Here we go. He will stay ahead of Charles Leclerc by a decent little margin. lots of fighting with Perez. And that's Lawson in from the lead now. Sainz coming in as well. Oh, and Sainz is able to jump Lawson in the pit lane there. Perez in at last. Hadjar coming in as well. There is Hadjar behind. .2, it's not a bad stop. A little bit quicker would have been nice. Let's see where we feed out. Will we hold position against Charles Leclerc? Yes, we will. Is anyone else getting an echo?
So Perez in front of you.
Not sure what might be causing that.
Leclerc is behind you. He's 4.5 seconds behind.
Give me a second to investigate. Is that better?
Yeah.
How's that? Oh, it's a bad stop for Lewis. God damn it.
Sorry about that. And what's a wide line on exit?
All right, and despite that bad stop, Hamilton is still a couple of seconds clear of Isaac. So we still have a few drivers yet to stop. Yuki hasn't boxed yet. He's on those hard tyres from the start. No stop yet for Bortoletto, Gasly, Ocon, Norris, Verstappen, Colapinto. And as soon as I start calling out names, they immediately dive into the pits. I wonder if that works with spins. We've seen a spin from Leclerc and Piastri so far. We have yet to see spins from Colapinto, Norris, Ocon, Lindblad, Russell, Verstappen. Let's see if they all go for a little pirouette. It would be amazing if we suddenly see a whole spew of cars, just a slew of cars just spinning out there. All right, Bortoletto and Lawson scrapping over P6 and P5. That's easily going to be Lawson who's going to take and hold that position. Bortoletto with a temporary fault of some kind and has yet to stop. Even in PR. Here comes Charles Leclerc. I don't think we've got much hope of actually trying to keep that Ferrari behind us.
There's progress to be made.
Norris into the pits now.
Charge on.
And in comes Bortoletto.
Just do your best.
So hopefully we can get ahead of him, but I don't think we will. It's a decent stop. We had that very slow stop for Lewis. I don't know, we might actually... It's going to be close with Lewis. It's going to be very close. There's Lewis going through, and so does Charles Leclerc, maybe? Not quite. But oh no, now he gets the run. There we go. So, we have managed to get ahead. Or back ahead. Push the battery of Hadjar here.
Mode push, please. Mode push.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to break away from Leclerc because we're not going to have the pace to stay ahead of him. But we might have the pace to stay with him. With Hamilton. And we have a yellow flag. As Ocon is into the pits. Someone running a little white. Russell, has he spun? Ah, just a lockup.
It was George Russell involved. Everything's all right here. And there goes the steering. And they'll need to be mindful of the effect that that had on the tyres.
Big lockup there. All right, let's take a look at Ocon. Hard tyres going on to Esteban's car. He's going to come out just behind Gasly. Or just ahead of Gasly, but will come out behind at turn 5. Oh no, he chops ahead. He chops ahead of him brutally there. And I think that will give him DRS as well. It did. So a chance to actually hold that position. Right, here comes Charles Leclerc. Looking ominously threatening. Hadjar is nowhere. He just can't keep up.
Gasly in front.
Hamilton keeps Leclerc at bay. And Colapinto into the pits. That promotes Sainz back into the lead.
Charge on.
Yeah.
So, having led the Grand Prix and then spinning out, Leclerc currently 17th. Piastri did the same coming out of the pits. He is down in P8. Now, ain't that P7. Colapinto is going to rejoin the track.
You need
Right
to
there with
keep
Ocon
your
and
usage
co.
down a bit, otherwise you just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Ocon gets through. Is Gasly going to make the lunge around the outside? No, line is blocked. Now you see Hamilton in the background with Leclerc and Bortoletto in close proximity. Ocon overtaken by Stroll. And he's going to lose that place. As he pulled out of the slipstream and gave it to Ocon, who just slipstreamed his way through. Hamilton still ahead of Charles Leclerc. So I think we're going to have to push our battery.
Hold the boost back.
Fastest laps being racked up now. As Yuki Tsunoda, the last person to box, gets off his hard tyres. Let's see what he goes on to. Set of softs, so he's definitely stopping again. He's not going to try and one-stop this. It's not a good stop. right rear did not want to come off cleanly. Now we'll drop him down to 20th. Comes Charles Leclerc again. Once again, looks like Lewis is going to hold him off. And does. Piastri gets back ahead of George Russell. And you see Norris and Verstappen right there as well. Colapinto gets past Ocon. Stroll has pulled away a little bit with the removal of Tsunoda from that fight.
And charge button on, charge button on.
And the pace of the train in front of us has picked up a bit. It's going to make it tricky to catch them. They actually lost a bit of ground that lap. Hadjar back where he needs to be in the top 18. Hamilton in 15th. Williams currently 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Antonelli trying to find a way through past Alex Albon, but unable to do so. Right on board with Bortoleto. Watch that fight between Hamilton and Leclerc. Bortoleto actually losing a whole chunk of time there. He lost a second coming out of that chicane as Behrman gets past Isaac. Right, can we stay with the bear?
A long way to go. Car behind is Tsunoda.
And the answer is a very firm no. We are already outside the DRS range again.
Mode push at the moment.
Oh, finally. Leclerc gets through on Hamilton. Hamilton will have the DRS to fight back with, though.
Race is long.
And cannot get through. Right. Let's see what Leclerc's pace is now that he is freed up. Will he be able to pull away from us, or will we be able to stay with him? I'm hoping we can stay with him and he will start to close the gap on the cars in front.
And push.
Behrman has caught the back of this group as well. There he is. Oh, did Lewis stay in range? I think he just about managed it. Is that rear wing open? Yes, it does. And this is an opportunity here for Behrman. As Bortoleto pulled out of the slipstream. And Behrman picks it up. And gets through. But he did not have DRS So that is a comfortable retake for Bortoletto in the end. Gap has come down by about half a second in front of us.
Right, let's concentrate.
And a battery again with Isaac.
Yeah.
His pace not great today.
And you are doing a good job on traction. Keep it like this. Tire phase update when you can. And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Yep.
Charge button on. Okay.
Lap 27, Sainz leads from Liam Lawson, but only by half a second. We have an issue developing for Yuki Tsunoda.
Gears straight, guys.
And Leclerc's pace is not what I thought it would be. I don't know if that's because he's having to defend. It might be.
Continue like this. Charge on.
Understood.
He might be harvesting. I'm not sure. Piastri down in 6th place. Not closing in on Lindblad, but slightly quicker than Antonelli. So those two locked in battle at the moment. Norris just about hanging on to Oscar at the moment. He's got Norris for company.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Yep.
27-1 Charles Leclerc last time around.
Energies are good.
Lindblad gets past Antonelli. Puts him up into P4. It's going to be a really good haul of points for Williams if the result stays like this, 2nd and 3rd. Not so for us, unfortunately. Out of the points and not looking likely to get there at all with Hadjar. Outside opportunity for Hamilton. And the gap has come down a bit more now. It's now 3 seconds. And we're starting to leave Bortoletto and Behrman behind. So it looks like Leclerc may have sped up a little bit this lap. We'll see what he does when he crosses the line. Hadjar's closing back in again.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
Yeah, 125.8. Much better lap for Charles Leclerc. 2 seconds out of Stroll on that last lap. I think next lap we'll look at trying to get past Charles Leclerc. Now that we have a full battery, we'll see if we can punch our way through. Maybe get onto the back of Perez and Stroll. 126.4s in front of us, 125.9 for us and Leclerc. So another half a second taken out of that gap.
DRS.
All right, here we go. Try and make the move into the banking. Got the overspeed, but no way through. Actually lose quite a bit of time through the corner. And Leclerc is still closing in on Stroll. So maybe we'll just sit tight then.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Evening Farah. Just past the halfway point of this Grand Prix. We are going to Suzuka afterwards for round 4.
Gap to him, 0.9. Continue, keep going.
Leclerc's actually dropped us
Just look after these tires.
after that failed overtake attempt through the banking.
So deployed.
Did he get the DRS? No, he didn't. So we got a chance to maybe get back at him here. He's going to have it in a moment. Iwas is back in the pits. Set of hard tyres could well take him to the end of the Grand Prix. All right, let's see if we can do something with Isaac.
Charge on.
If you are able to increase pace, it would be a good time to do it.
And I think... Oh, I don't know what to do with Lewis, whether or not to go on to that other set of softs that we've got. I mean, going to about there. I don't think that's the right call. Yeah. But we can potentially do better by doing that. Or maybe just go something like that and give us a bit more flexibility. Let's do that. Push his pit window back a lap or two. Evening, Bill. How are you today?
Charge on.
What happened to playing the PS5 version properly, Farah?
Gap to him, 1.4. Charge button on. And charge button on, charge button on.
So Leclerc back through to 14th now, ahead of Stroll. Stroll about to get dropped himself.
So increase pushing status.
And Leclerc is all over the back of Checo. His race pace has been really disappointing after a really strong qualifying.
Okay.
Next car in front is a Stroll. Alright, let's concentrate. Use the energy.
As we look to make the move on Lance Stroll here. Up the inside, and that is P15 for Lewis.
And take care of the tires in high speed.
Perez next. Yeah, it's late on the brakes there. Lovely move.
Bennett in front.
Perez is out of DRS range already to Charles Leclerc.
Race is long. And try to keep it smooth.
Hadjar starting to close back in on Bortoletto.
You can push.
Might be just Bortoletto's tyres running out. Hadjar has not had good pace today. As Norris gets through on Antonelli. Antonelli has the DRS, will try and take the place back. Norris covers him off, and that is still P5 there. Here comes Lewis. And then it's Perez dealt with.
On.
Yep.
Very good job. Gap to him 2.2.
Let's get after these cars in front.
Right, Sainz into the lead, into the pits. Hard tyres will take him through to the end. He is now favourite to win this Grand Prix. Tsunoda's issues getting worse.
I lost the gear, no gear.
We believe he will be soon.
Through goes Charles Leclerc. No, that was Gasly. Leclerc's still a couple of seconds further back. There's Leclerc. So used to only having one red car on the grid. I mean, technically it's not really red. It's, well, yeah, a pale shade of red. We've left Perez behind. Can't keep up with Leclerc at the moment, but we're not trying to. And Stroll gets through on Perez. So he has fallen 12 places since the start of this Grand Prix. And Stroll is into the pits. Ollie Behrman now lining up his teammate. Bortoletto coming in as well. There's the pit crew getting ready.
Boxing this lap.
And they see our mechanics starting to make their way out, even though they're going to wait another lap. Where's Hadjar? There he is. 17th at the moment. Needs to be in the top 18. He is going to drop to 20th with this pit stop. But Tsunoda yet to stop. And then it's a question of, can we close back in on Stroll and Bortoletto? I hope so. Norris in. Through goes Sainz. He is the net race leader at the moment. Perez is in, having been overtaken by Ollie Behrman. And you see our mechanics waiting for Isaac. He'll be in at the end of this lap.
Just concentrate on getting your tyre temps down.
Yeah.
So we need to push for these laps.
What are we doing? 126.5 at the moment. So we're building a nice little margin to Tsunoda. Although the biggest help, I think, is going to be Tsunoda's gearbox. Norris right behind Lewis. Max comes in. We haven't really seen that much of Max today.
Understood.
And box now, box.
And into the pits comes Isaac.
Box is up.
So Behrman in front of us needs to stop again. Tsunoda behind us needs to stop again. And they're about the only two cars we could potentially contend with. Decent stop, 2.2 seconds. And Norris is through. Hamilton retakes the place, but will give up the DRS. Could not close the line down, so there goes Norris.
Okay, next car, Perez.
We're in at the end of this lap. It's a box. Hadjar now 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds behind Perez. As in comes Alex Albon for his final stop. Set of mediums for Alex. Here comes Hamilton. Our mechanics dutifully waiting in the pit lane. They're becoming a permanent fixture at the moment. That's like the third straight lap they've been stood there. Oh, it's another bad stop for Lewis. Come on. 5.5 seconds on his first stop, 4 seconds on that one.
Yeah, copy. Sorry about that.
That's going to cost us a place.
A wide line on exit.
New fastest lap for Perez. 123.5. We do get out just in front of him.
Next car in front will be Tsunoda. Next car behind is Perez. Gap to Perez behind, 1.6. 20 laps to go.
Let's see if we can stay ahead of Perez.
Mode push.
Copy.
Perez DRS.
Nope. But tyres still not up to temperature. Not too concerned yet.
So slow.
Continue like this. Gap to him.
We have a yellow flag.
1.7.
Oh, it's Perez. Perez running wide.
Now this is Sergio Perez. Just a bit too wide at that point. Perhaps a little lapse in concentration, maybe.
Oh, and he completely screws over Bortoletto as well. That's good for Lewis and it's good for Isaac. Helps reduce the gap. Good stop for Yuki. Norris back up into P9. Leclerc fighting with Alex Albon here. Still hasn't stopped yet. He's probably going to go onto a set of soft tyres if he has them when he makes his final stop. Lawson in from the lead. This will hand it back to Sainz. Still waiting on stops for Lindblad, Piastri and Antonelli. Russell and Ocon also need to stop, as does Colapinto. There is George. And Colapinto.
And more energy available.
Charge on, please.
All right, let's go after Lance. Let's ride the ham cam.
Gap to him, 7.5. Tire temperatures are good.
Gasly comes in. Don't know if we're going to be able to get close to him. He might be just too far ahead. Yeah, he's too far ahead. It's going to be a good lap from Lewis. 123.6. Purple in the final sector. In fact, he might just get himself into contention here. There's Gasly. Oh, that's close. We'll get DRS on him here.
Gasly in front.
Let's go straight on the attack.
So we need to push.
It's going to be hard to stay ahead of with those soft tyres, at least in the short term. And Hadjar not lapping fast enough.
Next car in front is a Stroll.
Yeah, Hadjar needs to up his pace. What's the matter, Dino?
And charge button on.
Lap 43 of 58. Lindblad leads but needs to stop. Sainz right behind him. Norris is only 6 seconds back. He's got Lawson for company. Lawson on those soft tyres is going to be quick. Piastri's got himself back up into 5th place and is only 2.5 seconds behind that fight. He's recovered well after his spin. Leclerc's recovered pretty well, up to 10th. Still hasn't stopped yet. I'm wondering if he's going to try and go to the end here and his tyres are bad. Hamilton gets overtaken by Gasly.
Now this
Balance it out for you, Dino.
corner.
Oh, there's no audio from
They
Gasly.
decide to give it a go.
As Gasly does to us what we did to him the previous lap.
And that's a good move from Pierre Gasly.
Can we retake the place in the banking? Yes, we can. I won't make you hear the whoop again. Ocon's into the pits, and so is Lindblad from the lead.
Good job.
Good stop there for Lindblad. And a pretty good stop for Ocon as well. Still no pace for Isaac. Four seconds is the gap. We're going to have to push hard
Mode push.
and see if we can close up and then maybe just ease back on the tyres for a bit. But we need to get in range of these two. Otherwise, any chance of getting in the top 18 is gone. Hamilton and Gasly fighting again. Ocon's right behind. He's going to be very hard to stay ahead of. But we are hauling in Oliver Behrman right now, who has not stopped either. 129 for him. 128.8 for Leclerc last lap. Still showing some pace, but I'm a little worried for the pair of them that they might be trying to go to the end and risking a puncture here. Behrman stays out.
And charge button on.
Max gets past Piastri. Again, Piastri hasn't stopped either, so him and Antonelli both need to potentially stop one more time. If they do stay out and puncture, that will dramatically change the top 10.
And you're doing a good job on time.
Just saw a little flash of Hadjar in the background. There he is, and the gap to Bortoletto. 3 seconds now. Interesting line through the corner there for Ocon and Gasly. I just want to see if we can
Here's the
see
replay.
that replay.
Now we're
There's
with
no whoop
Lewis
to be
Hamilton
heard.
here. The gap opens up for them.
Yeah, watch this line here.
That puts them in 13th place now.
Oof. Very interesting. Behrman is still ahead of them, which is good for us. That means that we've got a chance to try and pull away a little bit.
And you can use all the...
It also will hopefully slow everyone down a bit. Back them up towards Perez and Bortoletto and
Very
Hadjar.
happy with your tyre use.
Ocon's already through. That didn't take long. And there we go. Behrman is finally into the pits. So that will put us back into the top 18. But we're still going to try and push on to the back of Bortoletto and Perez. Gap down to less than 2 seconds now.
To push for these laps. You're doing a good job.
Soft tyres go on. Let's check in with Isaac. Ocon's charging up towards us. Antonelli's punctured. Oh, and he's not even halfway around the lap. He's got a way to go. A disaster for Kimi Antonelli here. Colapinto swoops around him, as does Charles Leclerc. Leclerc now is got to be thinking about boxing to avoid that same fate. Piastri as well has also punctured. Oh my word. Oh, I thought it was a collision for a second then. There goes Hamilton. Hamilton in 11th now. There's a chance for a point here with Leclerc either going to be very slow. As we go past Antonelli. Leclerc has stayed out.
Temperatures are going slightly up.
Yep.
Hadjar gets past Antonelli. Antonelli's in now. Now he can ease back the tyres a little bit.
Car.
Yeah, absolutely cooking Lewis's tyres.
Get those tyres temperatures down.
But we've caught Stroll.
And try to cool down the tyres as well.
Is that a retirement for Tsunoda?
No gear, no gear.
Yeah, his gearbox has just given up on him. So a dramatic lap there with 2 punctures and a retirement with a broken gearbox. Antonelli's still sparking when he shouldn't be.
One car stop outside of the track.
So we've got a little visual glitch here. Tsunoda into the pits to retire. So we are currently P12 as Ocon goes through. But we have the pace on Stroll, I think. Just got to be wary of the tyres now for the remainder of the race, because we did kind of push them a little bit harder than I was expecting. Hadjar should now hopefully be safe in 16th for the top 18. Piastri's going to be very quick. Antonelli's going to be quick as well, but he is 25 seconds behind us.
Next guy in front is Ocon.
Leclerc still out there.
Continue like this.
Let's get that last little bit of fuel saved.
And charge button on, please.
Understood.
And we need to increase lift and coast.
Yep.
New fastest lap for Ollie Behrman.
We need to do more lift and
123.3.
coast. Please increase by 10%.
Yep.
And through we go on Charles Leclerc. And he's punctured. There we go. He should have boxed.
Continue like this. Ocon in front.
There goes Perez. There's Bortoletto. There's Isaac. That's going to be another place gain for Isaac.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job. And try to increase pushing status. Your DRS.
Right, can we get close to Ocon again? As Leclerc is in to change that tyre. Gasly is closing in.
Gap to Gasly behind 1.8.
Antonelli goes through with the new fastest lap, 123.2. Leclerc out on a brand new set of softs.
The left rear is getting a bit hot.
Behrman's got the gap down to just 6 seconds already. Stroll under pressure. Oh, excuse me. Stroll under pressure from Ocon. We are out of battery. We don't really have any spare tyre to push with at the moment. We do have a little bit of overreach, but we're saving that for the end. And Norris is caught past Sainz. This should have been a pretty comfortable win for Sainz today with everything else that was going on, and yet he is under pressure from Lando, gets back through into the lead. Those two are going to be fighting all the way to the flag now.
2 seconds behind us.
Stroll is overtaken. He will get that DRS off the back of Ocon, unfortunately. Yes, he's still lurking. Lawson's not far behind either. Yeah, Lawson's been quite consistently close this Grand Prix. Albon's actually recovering quite well. I think Lawson's tyres might give up before the end of the Grand Prix. I don't think he'll be able to stay in that fight.
Next guy in front is a Stroll.
But we'll see. It could be a very interesting fight because, say, Albon lapping quicker than all of the cars in front of him at the moment. A great race for Williams. Yeah, absolutely. 3rd and 4th right now. That's a big, big haul of points. That's 27 points if they can hang on for that.
1.0 now.
We are almost in range of Stroll.
To him.
And this will be a point for us if we can make the move and make it stick. Just outside of DRS range. Isaac closing in on Bortoletto.
You are P15.
Just about in DRS range. If we can get a point here, that'll be 3 races from 3 that will have scored points in. Bortoletto's issue gets worse.
When they change gears as well, things just went crazy.
Gearbox issues. getting worse, or is that a separate fault? Let's see if it goes orange. I think that's a separate fault. So he has 2 issues now, gearbox and something else. I think maybe engine. So it must have been something else that got changed to starting from the pit lane then. Maybe it's battery and gearbox. Russell in a fight to keep Lindblad behind him, and he's losing that fight at the moment. We have a 3-way duel now for the lead. Now Albon is there, just a second and a half behind.
Charge button on.
Understood.
Behrman has caught and passed Isaac. He's down to 16th place. But we're safe for the top 18. Leclerc's too far behind.
Good job there. Yeah, P10.
Hamilton's through into the points. And sorry, but we are going to have the whoop for this one. I don't think we're going to go any higher than that. We're 5 seconds away from Esteban Ocon.
And 6 laps to go.
Charge on.
Lawson up into 2nd place. But Leclerc, Sainz has got that DRS, but he hasn't got a good launch. Ferrari might not finish on the podium at all at this rate. And Williams possibly on for a 2-3 here. I think Norris has probably got enough pace to keep Lawson behind. I'm wondering if Albon's trying to drive in clean air because he's not close enough to have a look. And yet he keeps pulling out of the slipstream almost immediately. Maybe his engine temps are high and he's trying to cool them down.
And 5 laps to go.
Oh man, no, there we go. That's why he was driving defensively, trying to keep Max behind. Max from nowhere, suddenly up into P4. And completes that move. And now Max is a threat for the podium. Hadjar's back in front of Piastri again.
Piastri's DRS, obviously.
Gasly is through on Stroll, and now we've got a fight.
Tyres.
Max doing Max things, yeah. Now we have to be wary because Gasly has potentially got the pace to spoil our afternoon here.
And tyre phase update when you can. 4 laps to go.
Can we hang on for a point? Lawson just about in DRS range. Sainz hanging on as well. Lindblad gets back in front of Russell briefly as they're side by side on the exit of the chicane.
And with DRS.
Looks like Lindblad has got the DRS.
Race is long.
Gasly goes through and then goes very defensive. Really don't have a lot of spare tyre.
Tires are good. So deployed.
I think I've just about got enough.
And we need to increase.
I hope I've got enough. I'm under pressure from Stroll as we had a bad run to close out the lap there.
And 3 laps to go.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if we can actually get back on Gasly here. Ocon up into P8 as he gets past Colapinto.
Understood.
Lawson is leading the Grand Prix ahead of Lando Norris. Max all over the back of Sainz now. And I am desperately trying to get back onto Gasly here before we run out of battery and fuel and tyres. And drop Stroll in the process. If I can at least drop Stroll, that will take pressure off from behind. Antonelli now just 4 seconds behind Isaac. We're going to push his tyres full for the rest of the race now.
Okay, so let's push as much as we can from this point.
Charge button on.
All right, looks like we've managed to drop Stroll. Can we stay with Gasly?
And just a reminder on DRS.
Have a lap to recharge.
And try to cool down the tires.
It is going to come down to the final lap as to whether or not we can score a point.
2 laps to go.
Try and give ourselves every little bit of available tools.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Bortoletto under big pressure from Piastri.
Okay, next guy in
We
front is
lost the
Gasly.
DRS.
Continue like this. You can push. Charge on.
It's slipping away from us. Give it in, Johnny.
And last lap.
Norris gets back in front of Lawson. It's going to be between those two for the win. Sainz and Verstappen going to be fighting over third. Hamilton's just out of DRS at the moment.
Gasly in front.
He's going to get it for the final DRS zone.
Use the energy.
Can we get the move done?
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Come on, Lewis. Come on, Lewis. Has a look. Can't make it stick.
Norris wins it. He's first over the line. And Lando Norris picks up the win.
Just hanging on is Lando, and just hanging on is Sainz.
And you can hear just how happy the crowd are for them too. They're on their feet.
It's an excellent result for Williams, though. Third and fifth. Sorry, second and fifth. That's it for us. We've not been able to get the move done. We're going to miss out on points by the tiniest of margins. Oh, that's heartbreaking. But it is 11th place for Hamilton in the end. Hadjar will bring it home in the top 18 as Antonelli got through on that final lap. But we had a comfortable margin to Charles Leclerc. So at least we fulfilled our sponsor obligations. We'll get just under 2 mil for that, but we just miss out on a point. So one spare race gone on the long-term objective.
Now, wasn't that a seriously good drive from Carlos Sainz?
This podium is something the whole team can be proud of. Excellent strategy and perfectly executed.
Oh, that's a wonderful scene. The team getting their first chance to congratulate their driver on a job well done. Lando Norris certainly loves a podium, heading up there now to celebrate again.
And that's win number 1 of the season. And it's sure to provide them with a real confidence boost.
And with that, the drivers finally get the chance to cool off and enjoy themselves. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
And that then concludes our time here in Abu Dhabi.
Next round will see us head east as F1 prepares for the Japanese Grand Prix. We'll see you at Suzuka, a firm favourite for the drivers.
Okay, confirmation then of the final result. Lando Norris up 11 places to take the win. His first win of the season. Liam Lawson in second. That might be his first career podium in Formula One. We'll have to have a look at that in a bit. Carlos Sainz takes third place. Looked like he could win this Grand Prix for the longest time after a disaster for both Piastri and Leclerc, but in the end did not have the pace. Does just about manage to hold off Max Verstappen, who was up 10 places for fourth, up 12 places for fifth, Alexander Albon. Lindblad takes sixth, Russell in seventh, Ocon eighth, Colapinto down a couple of places to finish ninth, and Gasly pips us for the final point in 10th at the very end there. In 11th place, Lewis Hamilton up 4 from where he qualified. Stroll in 12th, 13th for Behrman, 14th for Perez. I don't know what was going on with Perez. He started so well and just faded all the way through the race, just constantly losing places. Ends up in 14th place. 15th for Bortoletto, starting from the pit lane, up 7 places, and plagued with some serious issues towards the end there. Piastri 16th, leading the Grand Prix for a while before Charles Leclerc got in front of him. Leclerc with a massive spin at turn 5 dropped into the back of the grid, which gave Oscar the green light to go ahead and win this race. And then Oscar spun out as soon as he came out of the pits in the exact same spot. And then, of course, with that late puncture as well, dropping him all the way out of contention, he finishes in 16th place. Antonelli also with a late puncture. Isaac finishing in 18th. No real pace for Isaac here today, unfortunately, but we will see if we can improve that with some upgrades as the season progresses. Leclerc should have won this Grand Prix based on how that first stint was going. But that spin and then a puncture ruined his Grand Prix. Iwasa finished in 20th, a long way off, the only car lapped as well. Responsible for that turn 1, lap 1 collision that took Schumacher out of the Grand Prix. Damaged his front wing and gave him a 10-second penalty as well. So, yeah, not a good race for Iwasa. And then Tsunoda's gearbox giving up, which caused him to retire in the pit lane. In the driver's standings then, it is Lando moving ahead of Oscar Piastri. 59 points to 38. No points for Oscar. No points for Hamilton either. He stays third in the standings on 33. Max up 4 places into 4th on 29. Antonelli down 1 into 5th. Lawson with a huge points haul jumps him up 10 places. He's now 6th in the standings. Tied with Sainz on 22 points, but with that podium, he has position or priority. So Sainz in 7th. Leclerc in 8th. Hadjar down in 9th. Tsunoda 10th. So only 4 drivers in the top 10 actually scoring points today. Albon gets himself up into 11th place. He's now just 1 point behind Tsunoda with 17. Then it's Gasly ahead of Ocon. They're both on 16 points apiece. Colapinto in 14th has 15 points. Russell up to 9 now. Lindblad in 16th has 6 points. 8 points. Stroll has 6 points. Perez has 4. Then into the non-scorers, it is Behrman from Iwasa, Bortoletto and Schumacher. And it has been a horrific start to the season. 3 DNFs so far, although very much not at fault in today's Grand Prix. In the constructor standings, Mercedes 82 points now. They pulled out 25 this weekend. Red Bull in second have 67. No points for us. We stay third with 52 points. Ferrari up a place into 4th. They're on 43 now. Williams up 3 places into 5th. They're on 39. Jumping past Aston, Nissan and Maserati. Aston down 2 places as Ferrari got past them as well. They're on 34 points. Nissan with 16, 15 for Maserati. Then it is 14 points for Audi, 9 points for McLaren, who move off the bottom of the table, and Haas down into 11th with 4 points. In the pit stops, once again, we did not get on the leaderboard. Our best stop was a 2.2. 2.19 was the slowest in the top 10. So honours go to George Russell's stop for McLaren. Maserati getting 2nd and 7th. Mercedes 3rd and 6th. Aston picking up some points in 4th. Ferrari in 5th. Audi getting 2 cars in the top 10 as well in 8th and 9th. Nissan taking that final point. So let's see what that's done to the team standings. It is Aston top with 63 points, 1 ahead of McLaren, who are on 62. Maserati 3rd with 60. And then Mercedes 4th with 56. So just 7 points separating the top 4 teams. Very tight at the top at the moment. Ferrari in 5th have 22. Then it's Audi moving up a place to 6th. They have 16 ahead of Haas's 11. Nissan move above Red Bull. They're on 7 versus 6. And just 2 teams without points so far. That's BMW Williams in 10th and us in 11th. There you see our stops. Both 2.27s for Hadjar. Very consistent there, just not quite quick enough. And disaster for both of Hamilton's stops there. 6 seconds on the first one and 4 seconds on the second. Both of our drivers do complete their sponsor objective though, so another 1.96-ish mil added to our bank balance. Let's head back to HQ and start prepping for our second race tonight, Suzuka. So, Neil Holdy goes up by a rating point. He's 91 overall now. Excellent stuff. Let's dive into the inbox. Let's see what the board thought of the Grand Prix. They were disappointed, and it has reduced our confidence, or their confidence in us. I was worried. A point might have been okay, but yeah, that's a shame. That's a real shame. Like I said, why couldn't the board have been there for Jeddah? That would have been incredible. But yeah, was not to be. I think we might have to ban the board from turning up, because whenever they do, we have a bad race. Let's see. We have 2.2 mil. It's not enough to get another part started, but we do need to make some spares. Everything okay apart from our wind tunnels so far. Let's check in with the board. So race performance has dropped to happy after they were disappointed with Yas Island. Again, that is a reduced or a double confidence loss. I don't know what it says. Reduced confidence loss made by a recent decision. It should actually be worse than that. So surprised by that. Let's see what broke on the cars. Let's have a look at our post-race data. Oh, it's one of our brand new rear wings that failed. That's a shame. Well, we do have time to actually make some spares, so let's get that started. So rear wings, I'm going to need to make at least 2. I'm going to start with just 2 because I still need to make spare chassis and suspensions. We don't have any of those yet. Sorry, not suspensions, side pods. I can only afford 1. There we go. Alright, I've had to get a little bit more cash from the board. Low stock there, we know about that. Let's see how have our affiliates improved this month. We've gained a point in control for Jack Crawford. No change to Jack Doohan. Fittipaldi gains a point in smoothness. Ricciardo gains a point in adaptability. And no change for Logan Sargent. Let's see if Isaac has managed to improve this month. Yes, he has. He's gained a point in adaptability. And no change to Hamilton. We can fix the car now. There we go. You can see quite a few parts at medium risk. And high risk on that front wing. Let's check the next car as well. So yeah, high risk there as well. We're about to lose that wing after Suzuka, along with the front wings on both cars. And then medium risk for all of the other parts. So this is why we need those chassis and side pods. Let's move forward one day. There we go. Start of a new month. We have not really gained any money at all, unfortunately. Car development's always bad. Let's dive into the insights from the race that we've just had. So let's save. And let's take a look at the standings here. So Alex Albon was credited with driver of the day for Abu Dhabi. That makes sense. He had a fantastic drive. 16 overtakes, 6 defences and 12 positions gained. Top performers, Lando Norris, Verstappen, Bortoletto and Behrman. Antonelli with that fastest lap. There you see where everybody started the Grand Prix. So big drop for both of those two compared to the race result. Let's have a look at the standings. If I can find what I'm looking for. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So you can see it's been a disaster start for Mick Schumacher. 3 retirements so far this season. Yet to finish a race. Bortoletto actually did finish for the first time this season. Tsunoda gets his second retirement of the season after finishing in second in the opening Grand Prix. It's all gone a bit downhill from him from there. And there you see our season so far for Hamilton, 7th, with 7th in the sprint as well. Then winning Saudi Arabia, 11th today. Isaac, 10th, second and the fastest lap in Saudi Arabia, and just 18th today. His pace a little bit less consistent, unfortunately. And Leclerc should have been a real contender for the win today, but did not get it. Lando Norris has been pretty strong and consistent so far this year. 5th, 4th and 1st, as well as 2nd in the sprint and 4th in that sprint as well. That's what's doing him the favours at the moment. We go to Japan next. So let's... where's my mouse? There it is. Let's go back here. BMW have a new suspension, one of the best on the grid. That kind of tracks with what we've seen in their performance today. They're working on a new underfloor, and James Vowles is very, very happy. They're in a fantastic place right now. Nissan having a bit of a tough season. Let's get our pit crew training plotted in for the month of April. So we will start the month with no fatigue. That's good. Let's go pretty heavy with some gym training for the first couple of days. There we go, fatigue down to 0, ready for Japan. Out of Japan, let's start here a day of car building, and then we'll go into some split training. We need to focus our stats up a bit more. Try and remove some of those inconsistencies that we've seen in the last Grand Prix. And balance of our pit crews. Isaac's pit crew very consistent. Hamilton's making mistakes on both of his stops. I'll carry 1% of fatigue into the month. I'm happy with that. In fact, actually, we've done a fair bit of training there. Let's go with a little bit more there. So we do go in normally like that. Come out of the Grand Prix, get some more car building in, and some more split training. That's too much. All right. Let's make that we'll get there in the end. There we go. Let's make it a morning of car building to close the week off like that. And that puts us at 21%. Should bring us down to a nice low 0 fitness level or fatigue level for the next month. Okay. We do need to think about contracts for these guys. So, are our scouts busy? No, they're not. let's start looking at potential replacements in various departments. So, Enrico Balbo has 2 years left on his deal. Tondi also has 2 years left. Sean Whitehead at Red Bull is out of contract at the end of the month. Or the end of the year, sorry. As is Peter Pedromo. Sean is pretty old at 65, so I don't really want to go for Sean. I'm actually rated higher than Jared Murphy. I'm surprised at. Let's have a look at Peter Pedromo. And I'm pretty happy with Neil. There's only Enrico who's rated higher, and only by a point, that's in free agency. Rob Marshall's got a long way to go on his deal. Pierre is out of contract at the end of the season, though. Let's scout him. We're out of scouts now as well, unfortunately. We're about to get some money from the sponsors. We've got another spare rear wing now. That's good, because that's going to get used up almost immediately. Target achieved with a nice, healthy overshoot. 4.9 from that, and we had a mandatory as well, I believe. Yep. Another 800k from the head of Aero's fuel advert. We've got our spare side pods. Let's go to car parts and make another one, because we're about to lose both of them. There we go. We've got a bit of cash spare now. Enough to get a front wing, an intense front wing done. And it might be a while before we get that kind of cash available again. So I think we should go ahead and get that started. Let's use the last of the hours. The underfloor is the strongest part of the initial pre-season launch car. So it's the part that needs work the least. Let's try and really work on the airflow sensitivity a little bit. There we go. We'll go with that. Let's go intense. 5.4 mil. It's not cheap, but it is needed. That's our front wing into development. Let's do our sponsor plan. We've got a holiday package tour. That's worth 2.93 mil. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Let's see then. We want to get Danny Rick doing something. That's what we hire him for. Let's get Jack doing something as well. And I need my scouts. Let's send off 2 engineers. And that gives us, again, a nice healthy little overshoot. And let me check. Yeah, there we go. We're down to 4 engineers now. That's good. Alright, everything looking pretty good so far. Something purple. Of course. Of course. A factory fire. God damn it. So that shuts down our factory for 10 days. This is why I hate seeing purple popping up on the notification bar like that, because it usually means something's on fire. God damn it. God damn it. So we're now going to have issues. We're now going to have to roll back one of our cars with the side pod and potentially the chassis as well. Actually, no, I think we're okay with chassis, but with the side pods, we may well have to roll them back, because side pods are definitely at risk with both cars, and there's a good chance that we're going to lose both of them after Suzuka. We do at least have a couple of weeks from Suzuka to China, so that helps. There is the chassis there, but we're not going to get our extra side pod until there, so yeah. It's a normal Grand Prix weekend, so we can slap that on the day of qualifying. And then we get another chassis there as well. Yeah, it's not ideal at all. And we won't be able to start building our new suspension until the factory is back up and running again. We're here, it's 10 days, so yeah, we're looking at here before we can start to build our... maybe even here. We might have to go that extra day after it gets reopened before we can start building that suspension. That's not good. Alright, into the inbox. We have a scout report on Pierre. Let's have a look. His salary, 3.5 mil. Let's compare him to Neil, who's on a much cheaper contract. There's definitely an argument to be made for hiring Pierre, but is that enough to justify paying an extra 2 mil? I think we might offer Neil a new contract, see how he responds to that, and depending on how much he wants, will determine whether or not we potentially make a move for Pierre. Let's scout out Enrico as well, and I also want to have a look at a new sporting director. So Diego's got a long way to go on his contract. Andy Stevenson had a contract at the end of the season, as is Richard Wolverson. And he's only 48, so he would be a good long-term signing, potentially. Let's scout Richard Wolverson. He's actually with Trident right now. Wow. So RedBull ditched him to sign Diego, and he couldn't get a job in F1, so he went into F2. Wow. Will Courtney is also there as well. That's someone else that we can take a look at. He's in F2 with Invicta. Okay, that's a big surprise. Strategy prep. It's going to be hot again, so tyres will be potentially a bit of an issue. Let's take a look at Peter Pedromo. Again, his salary could be quite expensive. Let's compare to Ian. Peter is a little bit better, a little bit worse, a little bit better, a little bit worse, a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. So not a massive upgrade, and considerably more expensive as well. So again, I think we might try and re-sign Ian and see what he wants, and then maybe take it from there. But that's a good argument, I think, to keep hold of Ian, whereas it's a little less clear cut when it comes to keeping Will. Oh, sorry, keeping Neil. Right, race targets. 18th for both. We're going to keep going with that and see if we can get in the top 18. And practice for Suzuka is next.
Konnichiwa from the Suzuka circuit in Japan. This unique track is a favourite home for motorsports, and it welcomes us back this weekend. Get ready for exhilaration and speed with the Japanese Grand Prix.
In the Constructors' title battle, it's Mercedes who are currently leading. And coming into round 4, there are plenty of teams who want to change that.
Let's see what the weekend has in store.
Alright, do I give my rookies a run out? Choices. I think we should, really, shouldn't we? Let's give Jack a run to help counter him losing a bit of mentality for having to do some sponsor stuff this month. Again, we'll give Jack Crawford a run. In fact, you know what? Let's give Ricardo... No, Ricardo's doing something, isn't he? No, why not? Let's give Ricardo a run. I haven't had him in the car at all since he signed, so we'll give him a run out. Why not? Let's see. It is normally 17 laps for Suzuka. Of course, it is wet, and we are just looking for some feedback. So 20 laps is all we need, and we'll be calling them in as soon as we can anyway. Just putting some spare fuel in just in case. Still too early to be switching parts out. We need some setups. Suzuka setups usually a little bit consistent. We're looking at a camber that's usually in this kind of range, so we're going to start there, and it's pretty much always a zero toe around this circuit. Let's go with a 13, I think, on the rear wing, and we'll go with a 7 on the front. I'm going to go with a 6.4 and see how that works. Which car was that I was working on? I think it was Ricardo, wasn't it? Nope, it was Doohan's car. Alright, Ricardo's car. We'll go a little bit different on this one. Let's go with the 12.5 on this one. Again, we'll go with a 7 on the front. We'll go the opposite way with the roll bar. We'll go with the 4.6. Again, we'll whack that all the way up, and we'll whack that all the way down. And let's hit the track.
Green light.
Let's take a quick look at what the weather's going to do. It's going to stay wet all the way through. Okay. Welcome back, Daniel Ricciardo. Again, I haven't done the team numbers. I keep forgetting. Must remember to do that. The car numbers. You should be running number 3.
Good for me too.
Radio check.
Copy, loud and clear.
So it's an Aussie invasion. Do it in Ricardo.
Try to work on the front tires.
Copy.
Try to reduce curb use and it's unsettling the car.
Okay.
And let's speed them up.
We okay on temperatures?
We need to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
Ah, damn it, Jack.
Copy, we are checking it.
There's the classic Ferrari line. Copy, we are checking. So that's another flaw we're going to have to replace. Looks like Ocon maybe had a little lock up there. Oh, it was Behrman. Was he blocking Ocon? No.
Too much over still.
Right, Bortoletto's car has got worse.
My camera's going forward.
So that part will get switched out now. It's giving you PTSD. Confirm.
Any feedback on the car? Understood.
80%. Not bad. Not great. .87 for Ricardo, who has already unfortunately gone round to start another lap.
Pit lane.
Slippery track.
It's raining in my helmet.
Copy.
Alright, let's have a look. What needs to change? The roll bar. Let's roll that to a 5.5. Let's bring this back a bit. And let's give that a go.
Practice your pit lane entry.
Yep, I got you. Turn your pit lane.
Box area is very slippery.
Okay, understood.
What other rookies are running today? Let's have a look. Can't be Barrichello. Don't know who that is. Caitlin Nui getting another run out at Red Bull. Not enough rear wing. Is that going to be good enough? Might be. Who else? James Wharton getting a run out at Audi. Who is it's O'Brien, I think. Oh, yeah, Taylor Barnard. Zaria O'Brien. I have no idea who that is. It's got to be a new gen.
And try to work on your front tires.
We're not the slowest, despite running with
Here
low
we are,
settings.
then, reaching turn 13. And that's... oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted. But all being well and fingers crossed, no lasting damage to the car.
How come that didn't break an underfloor, and yet ours is broken? Grr. Frustrating. Alright, getting close to feedback for Danny Rick.
And try to keep the temperature on the tires.
94%, so that minor little tweak that we made
Everything's pretty stable. Nice one, guys.
certainly helped.
Update when you can.
97 for doing.
Copy, noted.
Lovely stuff.
Daniel, pit lane.
Box there is very slippery.
Okay, understood.
Alright, so need to just make some minor tweaks. Let's bring this back to here. Oh no, it's the wrong way. Gonna have to push the front wing up a bit because we need to push that back a little bit more. That will give us a change there, a change there, a change there. That should stay the same. I think that might be enough.
Boxing.
Slippery pit lane, be careful.
Copy.
Just front wing. So again, let's just give that a little boost. Try that. Apologies for the long silences. haven't eaten today, so I'm chomping on some chicken poppers. And I figured you probably didn't want to hear me chomping away, so... Right, now we're the slowest. Not by much, though. Oh, look at that. We actually managed to get a third full run.
How does the car feel?
Out of Daniel Ricciardo there. And we've got the car set up perfectly balanced. Fantastic stuff. So, let's have a look. Nope, that's not what I want. This is what I want. We've got to fix that underfloor. And because we are potentially at risk of losing some parts here, I'm going to start to learn the old older parts as well. This is something I really should have done in the first session. I didn't even think about it until halfway through the session. So that just in case we don't have enough spare parts, we can at least have some pre-learnt knowledge on these parts. Because we ran the new upgrades right from the very first race of the season, we have got no knowledge of the original chassis or the original side pod. Or the original rear wing, for that matter. So that's not going to be an issue. Because they are so quick and cheap to build. So, yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. Let's take a look at the partial feedback we got. Oh, look at that. That to me, that screams another 100% car. So, liking the look of that. We're going to put medium tyres on in this session because we may have a broken session with rain again. Let's try and run long if we can. But like I say, it all depends on what's going to happen with the weather. And into free practice 2.
Four seconds, 3, 2, 1, green light.
And it is going to rain in the second half, so we might well switch the tyres there.
And we need a good warm-up on the brakes.
Understood.
Any feedback on the car?
There we go. Confirmation that we did complete the setup there for Hamilton. our car part knowledge down to 67% by swapping out the chassis and side pods. Let's see how high we can get that before the end of practice.
VSC. Stay as close as you.
Bit of drama between Norris and Schumacher.
The Haas hit me.
And clearly then, not what everyone in the garage would have wanted to see.
It is just not going well for Schumacher this season, is it? Oh my God, what is happening to him? Yet another big wreck. Let's not forget he wrecked twice in Jeddah. He wrecked in the sprint as well as the Grand Prix.
Virtual safety car ending.
Okay.
Rain in the next couple of minutes.
It is going to be a bit too wet for these tyres.
You might start to get some light spitting of rain.
We are expecting a shower, light shower.
Yep.
Let's switch things over.
And box, this one box, bit confirmed.
Watch your speed in the pit lane. Stop on the marks, go to P1, please.
Quick stop for a new set of boots. And out we go again. A little bit of F1 news that I forgot to mention earlier. Ben Sulayem has been re-elected as president of the FIA after running unopposed. Although there is still, legal proceedings around the selection process, so not completely a done deal yet, but that will see him effectively in power for the next 4 years. And a new Concord agreement has been signed between the FIA and an F1. As always, details of those remain confidential. But that has now officially been signed.
Track condition when you can.
DRS enabled.
Last 7 minutes or so of the session. Car park knowledge has increased back up to 75%. That's good. We are going to be running the entire session flag to flag on the hard tyres for FP3, again, just to get this car park knowledge up as high as we can. And I wouldn't really have bothered doing this, except for the fact that our factory's on fire still. So
that's the checkered flag.
If the worst comes to the worst and we do lose all of our chassis and suspension side pods, we won't have enough spares. There we go. Session is done and dusted. So we want to run 40 laps of fuel. Once again, I just realised I forgot to tell them to avoid curbs and drive in clean air. So out of practice at doing that now after just 2 seasons, it's ridiculous. It's been ingrained in me. And
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
of all the practice sessions we've had, I think I've only done it in like 2 of them. Maybe 3.
We need a good warm-up on the brakes.
There we go. Right. Running to the flag.
We'll get back
God
to you.
damn it. He's broken another one. Actually, no, it's not him, was it? It was Doohan who broke the first one. But that's 2 underfloors we've lost. And now I don't have any spare underfloors. Jesus. And they're at medium risk as well, so yeah, we could suddenly have a real problem, a real part shortage. Are we potentially staring down the barrel of having to go into emergency manufacturing? I hope not. That's going to be so expensive. Just 12 minutes or so left in the session. Car park knowledge up to 85%. Now 86. Might get up to 87 before the end of the session. I don't think we'll get any higher than that. There we go, 87. We're not going to get up to 88.
That's the checkered flag.
So, an interesting practice weekend. No incidents, but it has cost us 2 underfloors. That is not good. Qualifying is next.
We're moving on now to the all-important qualifying session.
Remember, we lose the slowest 5 drivers at the end of Q1, another 5 at the end of Q2, and Q3 will set the top 10 positions.
Now, we've got the Haas driver there. Karun, how are they going to be feeling today?
We saw some disappointing lap times from them in practice. It could be that the team were experimenting with the car, but the pressure's now on them to deliver.
Good point, Karun. Let's get on with qualifying.
Right, we need to take those older parts off the car. Put the Mark IIs back on again. We have at least got a spare side pod now. Okay, we'll leave the same engines in the car. This might be their last Grand Prix though.
So now we have green light.
Sainz and Perez following us out as well.
And if you want, you can go to mode warm-up.
Understood.
All right, Isaac, let's see what you can do. Let's have a good lap, please.
So you're in a good position.
A few more cars have joined us, both of the Williams drivers, Behrman and Bortoletto out as well. And
Should be clear.
right on cue,
Good to
as
go.
we're about to start our flying lap, out comes somebody in front of us. Colapinto, thank you so much.
And track is clear, track clear. Start button off for last corner.
And now Russell popping out in front of Hamilton. And possibly Ocon as well. Although I think we might clear Ocon. Yeah, we clear Ocon. Through the centre S's into Dunlop. Oh, we get held up through Degner's 1 and 2. That's a massive lift.
Copy that.
Hamilton potentially held up through Dunlop. It's fractionally slower than Hadjar, but his second sector is going to be quicker. Or at least it should be. We still have to negotiate our way past Colapinto. No further traffic concerns for Hadjar. Sainz and Perez getting held up worse than we did. There is Colapinto. Gets out of the way. Yeah, Hamilton 4/10 up through that middle sector.
Mode in.
Could have been worse for Isaac. He could have lost a lot more than just those 4/10. He would have potentially been slightly quicker than Lewis. Although Lewis we didn't catch it in time, he may have been held up through Dunlop. We'll see what the second
Hamilton will be
runs
coming
hold
fast.
for our boys. And while Lawson runs around, I'm just going to quickly check Lawson's stats. If I can find him. Where are you? There you are. I want to see if I can see if he's had a podium in the past. So, 2026. No podiums for
Limits
Lawson in
at
26.
Stop on the marks.
2027 last season. I don't think he got podiums last season either.
And we need speed
Nope.
limiter on.
No podiums last season either. So that was a career first podium for Liam Lawson. He is currently top ahead of Bortoletto and Albon. But we are waiting for some of the bigger names. Russell's lap was not good at all. He lost nearly 2 seconds in the opening sector. He lost another 1.5 seconds nearly in the middle sector. Terrible lap. Leclerc's on a quick lap. Or he was. He gets held up by one of the two Williams drivers. And Leclerc goes into 8th place. Lando looking quick. Gasly chasing him. Might have a RedBull in the way here. That's Max. It's good enough for second. Gasly goes second. I do think Norris's lap was spoilt there. You can see he lost 0.2 to Gasly in the final sector. Norris should have gone top there. Let's send our boys back out. Evening, Victor.
We'll need good warm up on the brakes.
Understood.
Hopefully we can have a clean run this time. No impeding from other cars. Max crosses the line, goes P3, matching the lap time of Pierre Gasly. Good first sector for Mick, 30.4, that matches Max. Half a second quicker than Arvid Lindblad.
It will be charge button off for last corner.
Hamilton now starting to push, and now Isaac is as well. We're riding with Isaac. We are going to have some traffic to contend with again. Good lap for Mick that he's putting together. This is on par with Verstappen and Gasly's pace. He's around the final corner now. What does he do? He goes up to P6. Just 800ths away from his teammate. 900ths away. Oh yeah, 800ths away. I was right. Both of our drivers have improved in the first sector. Hamilton coming up to a Mercedes now. Should get out of the way. Into Spoon. It does. Sainz is purple in the middle sector. Is that McLaren going to get in the way for Lewis? Possibly. Just a little lift there for Isaac. He's actually slightly quicker than Lewis on this lap. Hamilton goes up to 13th, half a second away. And Hadjar, having gained a little bit of time in the first sector, lost a little bit in the final sector, but look at that, just 31 thousandths of a second between the two of them. That's really encouraging to see Hadjar that little bit closer.
Okay, so mode in, box this lap.
We've got time for another run. Not sure how much of an improvement we'll get, but we'll see what we can do. We are currently going through, but Ocon, Leclerc, Russell, all out of position right now. You could argue Lindblad is as well, maybe even Iwasa and Behrman. So, and Sainz. So it's not looking good as things currently stand. Russell getting held up by Carlos Sainz. On the exit of Spoon there. 38.3. That's not good. Cost him over a second. And up to the line. And Russell finds nearly 2 seconds, but still lost a big chunk of time in the final sector. That's going to put the pressure on him. He needs a lap now for his final run. He might not get one because traffic in Q1 can always be unpredictable, and any kind of hold-up can lose you a massive amount of time, as we just saw.
And stop on the marks.
So it's not been a very good start to his title defence with McLaren.
Okay, stop on the marks.
And it looks like it might be continuing that trend here today. 30.5 for Iwasa in the first sector. The Audi jumps out of the way. Solid middle sector as well. This is going to be a good lap. No improvement for Gasly. Iwasa jumps up to 13th, a little bit quicker than us, about 0.05 of a second quicker. And we are very, very close to the elimination zone here. 14th and 15th. Max is going to be on track between our two drivers. Bortoletto finishes his lap. He's P7.
Warming up the brakes.
Yep.
Probably safe. Behrman is currently the driver at risk. Sainz now in the drop zone, but on an out lap, as his teammate Charles Leclerc. Leclerc is coming up to 130R to start his flying lap now. There he is. Don't even try it, Bortoleto. You're on an in-lap. You're not going to get round in time for another run. There is Piastri. Oh no, Piastri's on an out lap. That's Max going through then on a flying lap. 30.8 is not the best opening sector. So we're not looking at an improvement for Verstappen, but he should be safe. So it's Piastri tucked up behind Hadjar, and
Gap is good. Okay, you are good to go. Good to go.
he is literally tucked up behind.
And in front we have a train of gas. Charge button off for last corner.
There is Piastri. There's Hamilton. Can we get a clean run? Well, we've got Max to deal with here in the first sector. So Hadjar's going to have a ruined first sector. He stays out of Hamilton's way, thankfully. Hadjar down 4/10 as a result of being held up by Max. So Hadjar is probably going out. Sainz, 30.3 in the opening sector, but he's got some traffic. He's got one of the Astons in front of him. I think it's Sonoda. No, wait, that's Leclerc on an in-lap. So Leclerc is out. Sainz is a little bit behind us on track. Both drivers have found a tiny bit of time in the middle sector. Piastri absolutely flying with that slipstream. Hadjar has not improved. Hamilton does improve to P11. Is that enough? Sainz goes top. Hadjar at risk. Leclerc, we know he's out. Ocon is flying. Lindblad is going quicker than us as well. George also on a personal best at the moment. So it's not looking good for Isaac. In fact, there we go. Isaac is eliminated as Lindblad goes P2. Ocon now up to P2. Antonelli at risk. George needs a lap. He's getting a lap. This is looking very good for George. Not enough to go top, but it will get him through. And he goes P3. It's actually closer to the top than I thought he would be. That knocks out Kimi Antonelli, but Antonelli's on a lap. He can't improve. He is out. Perez squeaks through. So at the end of Q1, we lose Kimi Antonelli, Ayumu Iwasa, Isaac Hadjar, Ollie Behrman, Charles Leclerc, and Lance Stroll. So into Q2, we're going to run scrubs for our opening set of tyres. We have Oscar, Lawson, Verstappen and Schumacher, and now Sainz as well on track. And here comes Bortoleto. Hopefully nobody else pops out as we approach the start of the lap. Tsunoda out now, that's okay. It's as we start to get to 130R that we don't want anyone popping out. And here comes... they're all coming out. Perez and Lindblad making their way out as well. Nobody else now, please.
Track is clear. Track is clear. Will be charge button off for last corner.
Alright. Thank you. Now you can send that to everybody else. Tyres warming up well. Yes, they are. That's good. Decent first sector there, 30.5. Through the hairpin into 220R. And a spoon onto the back straight. And now we might potentially have some issues with traffic as we close out the lap. Yeah, big lift. Big lift. Yeah, the end of the lap's ruined. Out of the triangle through final curve. We lost about a second, I think, in the final sector there. A 127.8, but scrub tyres, so
Understood.
not the end of the world. What was important was that we were first on track to set that set of purple sectors. We have peak confidence for our next run, which is the important thing. Here comes Verstappen. Piastri looking very quick as well. It's going to be nip and tuck between those two. Schumacher is just ahead of, or just behind Lawson. Max goes top with the 126.1. Perez, Piastri, 7,000 slower. It was all down to that first sector. Piastri just had the edge in sectors 2 and 3, but Max somehow just pulled out enough in that first sector. Very, very close between the two Red Bulls, who could well be favourites today. Let's see what Yuki Tsunoda can do. Needs a result after a strong opening Grand Prix. He's had two very disappointing results, double retirements. Bortoleto into 6th. Tsunoda goes P3, and he is very close as well. Sainz in 4th. Perez goes up to P9. He's just fractionally quicker than us. And we had traffic issues at the end of our lap. Lindblad's in P4. And Norris now about to start his lap. And he has Franco Colapinto behind him. We're going to watch this lap for Colapinto.
Speed limiter on and speed limiter on. Stop in front of the garage.
Oh, they're both going to get held up by the BMW Williams there of Alex Albon. Oh, disastrous first sector for the pair of them. Yeah, we did a 30.5, a 31 there, and a 31.1. In fact, I'm actually going to go back out on those same scrub tyres we just used. We'll keep a second set of soft tyres for the Grand Prix. The B&W Williams, yeah. Oh, look at the traffic at the end of the lap as well. Oh, disastrous. Oh, and Norris can squeak through. Colapinto can't. Oh, this is a mess for everybody involved. Oh, in fact, actually, it was Perez pulling into the pits. Even worse. Look at that. 2.5 seconds off the pace. 3 seconds off the pace. And here comes Ocon, laughing all the way to the line. He goes top. You're thinking of getting this game for Christmas? On which system? Because I think it's on sale at the moment on Steam. Or at least it was a couple of days ago. Let me quickly open up Steam and have a quick look for you. On the PS5, okay. Yeah, it's like £7.49 at the moment on Steam for the base game. Make sure you add it to your PS5 wish list. It will go on sale at some point.
Tires button off for last corner.
All right, start of our second run. We have an Alpine in front. That is Gasly on an in-lap. Damn it. And Russell on an in-lap as well. I'm going to get held up through Degner's again. God damn it. The timing's just been horrible.
I've got traffic, man.
We've seen it.
Yeah, given that you can't run mods, it's probably worth plumping for the deluxe edition for the extra 6 deluxe liveries. Plus you'll get some extra scenarios, some exclusive scenarios available in Race Replay. A couple of them are a bit meh, but there are a couple that are really good. The Equal Performance race at China is a really good one. The rookie race at Abu Dhabi is a really good one as well. So no improvements, but we do get a little bit of boost. Oh, we do improve actually. Just a tiny little bit of improvement there. And we do get a little confidence top up as well for completing a flying run. And of course, if you want to do Cadillac or make your own version of something like Lamborghini or Porsche or whatever, huge playlist of logo tutorials on my channel to show you how to get very realistic renditions of major manufacturers, including Peugeot and Skoda, Volvo, Ford, you know, a lot of them, huge number of them, and some sponsor logos as well. You can't do 2 custom logos on the same car, so it's a question of, do I run the team badge or do I run a custom logo for a sponsor instead? But I've got Camel, Marlboro, Golf, I'm sure I'm missing others as well. If you feel like going back in time, you can do the DeLorean as well. I've got the DMC logo for DeLorean. Yeah, it's a huge playlist. Huge playlist. And if you want to go American, and you don't want to go Cadillac, there is, I think, a really, really good Chevy logo in that list too. All right, Max looking to improve, but he's had a terrible first sector.
Stop in front of the guards.
Where we're going, we don't need roads. No, but we do need a racetrack. So no improvement for Max, just lost too much time in that first sector. Shame for him, because his middle sector was amazing, his final sector was strong as well. And now we have to try and squeeze out without getting held up in traffic. Lawson across the line, stays P9. Surprised by that, as there is Hamilton making his way onto the track.
And we need you to push this out lap.
Hamilton needs some luck. Well, we ran our first 2 laps on very heavily used tyres. They were 80% when we started the first run, and then we used the same tyres for the second run. These tyres that we put on have done 1 run at the end of Q1, so might give us enough to get ahead. We shall see. Bortoletto is currently occupying that final spot in the top 10 and on an improved lap. As Gasly gets out of his way. Piastri flying at the moment, about to go top. He's going through the triangle right now into final curve. Not the best middle sector for Bortoletto. And he does not improve. How far away are we? 1.3 seconds off the pace at the moment. We get out of the way of Colapinto, which means we're likely to get held up by Colapinto. God damn it.
Watch for traffic. Mode push for last corner. Mode push.
That's Colapinto there, going into turn 1. He is going to get in our way. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Dear, dear, dear. Let's see how bad our first sector is. 31 seconds. Ah, it's terrible. Norris is not likely to get through either at this rate. Unless we pull out something amazing to close the lap out here, we are out. It's now just a question of how out we are. Albon's gone P4. Gasly goes P2. We're getting held up here as well. That's it. We're out. We're not going to beat Perez. Norris is out in P16. Perez out in 15th. Colapinto's out in 13th. 12th for Bortoletto. 11th for Lawson. And Tsunoda gets his lap ruined by us. It might still be good enough to go top. Let's have a look. It's not. He stays 7th. But he is through. So, we are out of qualifying. Let's see who's stuck in on pole. It's Sainz. Ocon 2nd, Albon 3rd, then Schumacher, Verstappen, Gasly, Lindblad, Tsunoda, Piastri, Russell, Schumacher 10th, but with a penalty. So that will drop him out of the top 10. So Lawson will get promoted into the top 10. We may potentially get promoted a place. It depends how big that penalty is. If it's only 3 places, then 1, 2, 3, he will start here in 13th place ahead of Perez. Okay.
It won't be long before we get underway here in Japan with 53 figure-of-8 laps around this historic circuit.
Anything can happen at Suzuka, as Kimi Raikkonen proved in 2005. The Finn battled all the way from 17th to win. Will we see a similar show of will and talent today, I wonder?
Drivers will battle it out this weekend on the snaking turns of Suzuka, the only figure-of-8 track in Formula One. High-speed downforce will be the name of the game here, if teams want to secure a place on that podium. The time has almost come for our drivers to fight it out wheel to wheel. Race day has arrived.
Let's take a look at the amended grid. It is just a 3-place penalty for Schumacher. Anyone starting from the pit lane? No. So, 15th and 19th. Hamilton can easily make the soft medium work. In fact, he might even be able to make a medium hard work, although that might not be the best strategy. Ah, that is surprising. Alright, we'll go with that. That is the quickest that we can do. We can probably do the same or similar for Hadjar, but we won't be able to push him on the medium tyres, I don't think. Let's go with that for Isaac. Again, we want to have a little bit of wiggle room for tyres overheating because of the temperatures. Let's not take any fuel out, but we will push and go aggressive off the line. See if we can gain a place into turn 1. And through the center S's. Alright, strategies are chosen. We need to finish in the top 18 to keep our sponsors happy. We are already there with Hamilton. A little bit of work needed for Isaac. The start of the Japanese Grand Prix is next.
final checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this race underway. The anticipation and excitement may be building up, but there's a cool head on Carlos Sainz.
They're on pole, and it's well deserved. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do.
This should certainly be a good one, folks. The drivers are warmed up, they're ready to go here at the Japanese Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Not a bad start. Maybe right. Maybe it is. At least we don't get pushed off the track, which has happened to us here before. But Hamilton down 2 places, Hadjar down a place as well. Let's calm those tyres down.
We need to do the full
And the fuel and the
management of this
battery.
set. Charge on.
Yeah.
And we need to look after these tires.
Yep.
Increase lift and coast.
Understood.
Right, do not want to get dropped on this next lap.
And more energy available. No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Leclerc in 21st place.
DRS is enabled.
Sainz leads at the end of lap 1 from Alex Albon, Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, Max Verstappen, Lindblad, Tsunoda, Russell, Piastri and Bortoletto. No one on softs in the top 10, surprisingly.
Leclerc
Hard tyres for Russell, everyone else on mediums. Then it's Lawson, Colapinto, Perez on softs, Schumacher in 14th on hards, 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th. That's the 2 Mercedes, Hamilton and Oasa. Also on softs, Behrman on mediums. And then Hadjar, Leclerc and Stroll also on softs as well. So it looks like the bottom half of the grid is going to try and undercut the top half of the grid. I think we could be on for quite a few one-stops potentially out of this pack. I'm going to be very curious to see what Russell does, whether he goes to a set of mediums or goes softs. He could one-stop with either, as Antonelli gets his way past Schumacher. We got ourselves back into DRS range.
Charge button on.
Understood.
Charge on.
Yeah.
At least we had. Albon now ahead of Sainz. So Schumacher definitely lost out at the start. He started 13th, he's now down to 15th, having been overtaken by Antonelli as well. The hard tyre is probably responsible for losing a place off the line.
Mode push.
Yeah.
Hadjar under pressure from Charles Leclerc. I'd like to try and protect him from that if at all possible. Don't think I can. Fastest lap for Max, a 1:30.6. Lindblad gets past Gasly.
Needs to reduce K1 usage.
Yeah.
Wasser having a little look. Hadjar about to be under pressure from Charles Leclerc. And Leclerc romps on through. Not much we could do to stop that, unfortunately.
Charge on.
Yeah, okay.
And Hamilton has been dropped thanks to the pressure from Iwasa and Behrman as well, actually, right there as well. Norris gets past Schumacher, so Schumacher going backwards to be expected, given the difference in grip in the tyre compounds. We are sitting duck right now. Both cars. Hadjar is very vulnerable. We've got a red flag. Nope, not your red flag, yellow flag. It's a big spin out and crash for Colapinto.
So virtual safety car deployed. Virtual safety car deployed.
And that changes things a little bit.
As close as possible to the delta.
Now the action happens as they went
How
into
did he
turn
spin
16.
out like that?
And that's the moment the car plows into the wall.
Yeah,
Now, I
very
imagine their
unusual
confidence
spin
will
there.
have taken a knock.
Get back to doing lift and coast now.
Yeah.
No management required.
So that's one less car to worry about. And a car that arguably is quicker than us as well. This will help us leach a little bit of temperature out of those tyres.
Crash on the main straight.
Get a little bit more battery in the car, but probably not that much. And get a little bit of fuel back in the tank as well.
Look out for debris. Next car in front is Schumacher. Gap to him 1.4.
Probably got about another 3/4 of a lap at most of yellow flag running before we go back to green. My attempts cooling a little bit too much there. We are going to be going back to green running any moment. Let's actually turn the tyres back up.
Virtual safety car ending.
And there we go.
DRS enabled.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Track temperature 28.8 degrees. Let's see if that goes up or down in the next minute or two. Well, it's going slightly up. Hamilton into DRS range so we can ease him down a bit. Oh no! Hamilton is taken out. Iwasa has killed us.
Can we change tyres?
I'm guessing not.
Now there's been an incident with the RB driver.
Engine down to 31%. ERS has taken a little bit of a whack. Yeah, gearbox is toast. Terminal chassis and suspension damage. Major front, rear wing and side pod damage. Oh, God. Yeah, that car's toast. Damn it. It's a full safety car. Iwasa going kamikaze at his home race and with predictable results.
And for the crew watching on in the garage, that really must have been a hard one to take.
Harder one for me. So a little flurry of activity in the pits in front of us.
Charge on. Stairs.
That gets Hajar up to 15th. We are going to really struggle with some money.
Need for tyres.
Indeed. And somewhere in the background I can hear the cheers of Dino and Farah.
It's a big one. Watch for debris on the circuit.
What position I am at the moment?
You're currently P15. Norris ahead of you.
Iwasa gets a 5-second penalty. That'll be 3 places in the next Grand Prix. And we've suffered our first retirement. A no-fault retirement, but a retirement nonetheless. A bunch of cars into the pit lane. We're staying out. Lawson is through into the lead. Trying to play whack-a-mole with Hajar here. And we're going to get up to P5. So we just gained 10 places by staying out. Chance for Isaac to shine now. He gets our full attention in this Grand Prix.
as much as you can.
Copy.
You can tell he's excited about being in P5.
Yes.
All happy and squeaky.
Tyre temps are good.
Copy.
Let's see if Lawson stays out again. I mean, he must know. He must do now, surely. It'd be stupid to box now. He would drop into the back of the grid. And once again, he's locking horns with Carlos Sainz. Is this going to be a breakout year for Liam Lawson? Podium in the last race, leading this one.
What about tyres?
Time for Hadjar to lock in. Absolutely. Absolutely time for him to lock in. We need him to get a point for us at least today. That would help soften the blow of losing Hamilton from this Grand Prix if we can get into the points with Isaac. How many more laps behind the safety car are we going to have? We are going to come out at the back of the field when we box. That's the downside to staying out. We'll get an undercut on everybody, but maybe he won't have enough pace to actually capitalise on it. He might still lose positions by undercutting, because everyone's on fresh tyres, so, and durable tyres as well. Hards and mediums are plenty. Only Behrman and Stroll have got softs on behind us, and they're stuck at the back of the grid. Hadjar's going to have to defend very, very hard to keep Verstappen behind him, let alone everybody else. Lindblad's definitely shown some pace this season. Sonoda, we know how quick his car is. Russell, I don't know about Russell. Piastri's definitely going to be fast. Gasly's going to be pretty quick. Both of the Mercedes drivers way out of position, as is Charles Leclerc. So we've got that going for us for now. Another lap behind the safety car. Got 4.5 kilos of spare fuel on board now, so we can keep pushing fuel. Battery is full. This turns out to be like Jeddah with multiple safety cars, might be able to score at least a point. I'd like to think that even without multiple safety cars, we are now in a position where we can score a point. might need another safety car to score more than a point, but another safety car might hurt us. It all depends on when it drops. I mean, if this safety car had dropped in another 5 or 6 laps later than it did, I might well have dived into the pits with Hadjar. So we would still be back here somewhere. Tyre temps declining, track temperature 25.7 degrees. Safety car will let us know any moment if it's coming in this lap. There we go.
Safety car is in this lap.
Yeah, okay.
We don't think we need any lift and coast.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Mode push.
Copy.
Alright, can we jump Albon here on the restart?
Yeah.
Okay, safety car has left the leader.
Albon's pulled out, left a hole. Ah, he pulled back in again. I say there was a chance then.
Currently P5. We need to do the full management on this set.
Yeah, yeah.
The car is probably going to be very heavy compared to some of our rivals now. AI generally tends to underfuel by multiple laps at the start of a Grand Prix, so that will have reduced the amount of fuel they're going to have to save later in the race. We are now 5 kilos overweight, but it does mean that we can be aggressive in the braking zones. Lawson leading the field actually kind of helps us a little bit as well, because his tyres should be in a similar state, if not slightly worse than Isaac's. So it's not like someone with brand new tyres is going to suddenly bolt like crazy at the front of the field.
DRS is enabled. Okay, remember mode
But
push.
we do need to stay close on this lap.
Yeah.
Let's pick up the pace. Charge on.
Yeah.
And Lawson's trying to break away, bless him.
Go mode push.
Yeah.
We're out of range.
Charge on.
Can we get
Okay.
close in the braking zone? I don't think so. No.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
We have a slipstream, but Max has a DRS. He's going to get through.
Yeah.
And he'll probably pull away from us on this lap as well.
There's progress to be made.
Just no defence against that Red Bull, unfortunately.
Not too bad, Dan.
We're going to fault for Perez.
The vibrations are a bit extreme.
Through goes Lindblad. Well, at least he got us here rather than at the start of the lap. It gives us a chance to get some DRS.
Okay, let's get on it. Still
And then
everything
try
to
and
play
keep
for.
Tsunoda behind us.
Car behind Tsunoda.
Oh, as Bortoletto has a look at Tsunoda. No, not Bortoletto, sorry, Russell. And I think he's got it. He has. Russell gets the move done.
He has DRS.
He's having a look at us as well. We shot that one down. All right, time to go a bit more aggressive in defence.
Avoid letting anyone through if possible, please.
We should be good through the lap. It's the start of each lap that's going to be difficult for us. The run into turn one, we are definitely going to be vulnerable.
What about tyres?
Here comes George, having a lot. Oh, he's got so much more speed than us. Look at this.
DRS on you.
He's through before we even hit the corner, and Tsunoda's going to try and follow him through. That pushes us off the track. And that means Piastri gets through as well. God damn it. Horrible couple of corners there.
Remember, long way to go in this race.
3 places lost. Ugh.
We're following the action through turn 5.
That's the same angle we just
It's
seen.
certainly inviting.
Now we're fighting that losing battle of grip against everyone else. Lawson's still holding everyone else behind him. There's some definite pace in that Williams this year. Albon right up there as well in P4. Here comes Gasly having a look at 130R. He's going to lose out to Bortoletto. Ah, no, he actually keeps Bortoletto behind. Good. recovery drive there from
Gasly
Gasly.
has DRS.
We block Gasly. Here comes Bortoleto going around the outside. Ah, God. This is painful.
This focuses a long race car behind us, Gasly. Charge on.
Yeah.
Okay to push harder through 6 and 7 if you can. Mode push.
Yeah.
Bortoletto's left us for dead already, look. So far, Hadjar has not locked on. Well, you could argue he has locked on, but in the wrong direction. Yeah, it's not just the cars being quicker; they've got fresh tyres as well. This is the gamble with staying out. And on some circuits, you can make it work. It's harder on this circuit because
K1 usage.
At least with soft anyway, because the tyres do tend to struggle a little bit more.
Box this lap.
Through goes Gasly.
Charge
We are
on.
going to get that undercut. But I don't know how effective it's going to be because our pace doesn't look great.
Okay, charge on.
Let's try and at least keep Perez behind.
You need to keep the cars behind you.
No, that's a useful instruction there, Mark. Could have done with that about 5 laps ago.
Charge on.
And Lawson is in a lap before we are due to box. We can still get a lap of pushing out of these tyres. And a little bit more battery into the car. Come on, hold him off. Nope. Damn it.
Okay, charge on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's miserable now. He keeps losing positions. Antonelli dive bombs us at Spoon. Yeah, we're going to be a long way off the pack. Maybe I should have boxed. Doesn't seem to have worked out at all, unfortunately. Oh, that's a good stop though, 2.0.
You're in clear air.
Yeah, safety car now would be a disaster for us. So Ocon leads,
35.
Sainz in second with Albon close behind in third, Max in fourth, then it's Lindblad from Russell, Tsunoda, Piastri in eighth, Bortoletto ninth, Gasly 10th, Perez up to 11th place ahead of Antonelli and Norris, Schumacher 14th, Behrman 15th, Leclerc 16th, 17th for Stroll, 18th for Lawson, Hadjar 19th, and a long way back, having literally just stopped. Get the tyres up to temperature, then drain the battery, try and get some kind of undercut on Behrman and Stroll, at the very least. Antonelli gets past Perez into turn one.
Mode push.
Yeah.
Tyre temps look good.
Copy.
"19 seconds back and still losing time." This has not been a good stream for us in terms of results. All right, Hadjar finally closes the gap a little bit. The 130s in front of us. Let's see what we do across the line as we run out of battery. 130.5. We're not going to lap quicker than Lawson in clear air, but now he's caught the back of Stroll. That should slow him down a bit. Stroll did a 130.8, so we gained 3/10 on Lance Stroll. That's not great. Everyone's lapping at Perez's pace, though, or about to lap at Perez's pace. Perez doing a 132.4 last lap, so this is our chance for the undercut starting to build. The gap now down to 18 seconds already. Let's hope Perez can activate his Mexican Minister of Defense mode. Keep everybody behind him. Allow us to close the gap. Oh, look at the overspeed for Norris here. The move's not done, and he is going to hold Norris back. Good job, Checo. Our former driver doing us a solid. Did a 131.4. Isaac did a 130.5, so we took 9/10 of a second out of him. it's going to be through the corners that we're gaining that time, because that's where our grip's going to be better, and it's also where Perez is going to be having to go very defensive. So that'll slow his entry and his exit speeds. See how much Behrman closed up there, getting the slipstream at Norris's expense, and it might allow him to make the move on Norris here. Antonelli with the fastest lap now that he's unleashed. He's up to 10th, 129.5. Here comes Norris again. This time he's through. We come across the line, or Paris's fault gets worse? Or is this a reoccurrence of the same fault?
I'm having very fast upshift.
Gearbox issues developing. It's orange, so I think that's an escalation of his pre-existing issue. A 130.7 against a 133.0. That's what we like to see. 2.3 seconds gained. Gap down to less than 16 seconds now. Antonelli's already onto the back of Bortoletto. Ocon still leads. 130.2. He's lapping quicker than we are. Albon under pressure from Carlos Sainz in the fight for second. Lawson has not made any progress. So this is kind of encouraging. Yeah, I mean, realistic racing does make it tricky to overtake here, but Lawson making no real progress at all. So the hope is that other cars will have that issue when they come out the pits as well. What I may possibly do is something a bit like that. Try and go for an undercut on these tyres. We'll see. Let's push it a little bit harder now. With a yellow flag. It's a brief one, so yeah, just someone running a little wide.
Now this, I think, was at turn
13. This is at
13.
Spoon. Yes, it is at Spoon.
We've seen a few go off the track there, and they'll find themselves at a disadvantage if they keep on doing that.
It's lost him some ground from the back of Verstappen. Doesn't look to have damaged his underfloor, though. Antonelli is past Bortoletto, up into 9th now. He's looking very quick today. You wonder where he could have finished if he had, or where he could finish, where he could be right now if he hadn't qualified so badly.
We're happy with time management.
Get down to 14 seconds. In reality, what's probably going to happen is we're going to get undercut. why I've changed that strategy to be more aggressive on this set of tyres. There's not much point having a surplus of grip if you can't use it. Took another second out of the cars in front of us. Perez is still doing a job holding up everybody behind him. Norris has not broken away as much as I thought he would, though. Jump on board with Yuki. And again, you can see the corners is where we're gaining all of our time. Gap 12 seconds. Behrman finally gets through on his teammate. And you can see him pull away now. We were the quickest car on track last lap, a 1:30.0. A couple of tenths quicker than Albon. Here comes Yuki. Tsunoda's finished on the podium the last two Japanese Grand Prix in a row. I don't think he's going to manage it today, though. You never know, though. You never know. Getting past Russell here will be a big step towards that. Gets through up the inside. And that is P6 now for Yuki Tsunoda. 2.5 seconds to Lindblad. Hadjar, meanwhile, got the gap down to 10 seconds.
What about tyres?
And a 129.9. New personal best lap for Isaac. Gap now into single digits. Leclerc has got past Perez. And it won't be too long at this rate until we see Hadjar appear on shot. Another lap or two. And Ocon's into the pits. Medium tyres, that will take him to the end, but it's a bad stop. Problem getting that right rear seated. Where's he going to drop out? Behind Gasly. Will he get out in front of Norris?
No, that's a slow pit stop there.
It'll be tight with Norris. I think Norris is going to get him just. Yeah, Norris just gets him. Strolls into the pits. That'll give Lawson a sigh of relief. Been stuck behind Stroll. On go the mediums for Lance. Another 129.7. New personal best again as the fuel burns off. The car gets quicker. And now the interesting thing will be to see what the pace of drivers like Ocon and Stroll is. Less so much Ocon, he's going to be stuck in traffic for a while until Norris gets out of his way. But definitely see what Stroll's pace is like once he gets a full lap of clear running. There's that gap now down to 7 seconds. Schumacher's past Perez now. Perez has been doing a great job of slowing everybody down for us. As into the pits comes George Russell. Looking to undercut his way back in front of Yuki Tsunoda. Where's he going to feed out? Is he going to get out behind Lawson? There is Hadjar. He comes out behind Lawson. Another 129, a 129.7. Is that another new personal best? Yes, it is. He's getting quicker every lap, look. By 1/100th of a second that time. Track temperature has not been the concern that I thought it was going to be. And into the pits comes Max and Alex. Or Malex, if you prefer. Antonelli in as well. Solid stop. Not a good stop here for Albon. Oh man, really not a good stop.
And who's that having an issue in the pits?
Hard tyres for Max, medium tyres for Albon and Antonelli. Behrman and Perez both in at the same time. So Perez is going to have to stack behind his teammate here. Oh, and it's a bad stop. A bad stop for Behrman. And a bad stop for Perez as well.
There's been a slow pit stop.
130.1, the tyres starting to give up now as they're below 60%. .131.4 for Stroll. Stroll can't push his tyres anywhere, anything like what we can. Oh, and Perez is out. That's it, gearbox
dear,
failure.
Oh dear. What a miserable way to bow out of this one.
And that has secured 18th place or higher for Hadjar as long as he finishes. Oh no, it hasn't. Not yet. No, yes it has. Because the worst he can do now is finish in 18th. Tsunoda into the pits with Lindblad just in front. Good chance here for Yuki to maybe jump in. Bortoletto and Gasly coming in as well. Lindblad being held for Tsunoda going through, so Yuki has cut his way up into 4th place. Make it at 5th place. Oh, here comes some traffic. And he gets Schumacher and Russell in between him and Lindblad. So he's managed to stay ahead of Russell. Russell's undercut could not work. He got held up behind Schumacher. Bortoletto's come out right behind us. He's going to put us under immediate pressure.
Currently P13.
That's not good. Stroll does a 129.8. He's immediately onto some good pace.
What about tyres?
And there we go. Perez is out. Made it back to the garage. happy chappy. But he's helped me out immensely. He's slowed the field down and then retired to give me the place that I need, 18th. So thank you, Jacko. Into the pits comes Oscar. Solid stop. We might actually be in contention for the quickest stop today. I'm not sure if we will be or not, but we could be. In comes Leclerc and Schumacher. Soft tyres for Charles Leclerc.
Just do your best.
Hard tyres for Mick.
The motor's Gasly.
Bortoletto gets through on us.
Look at the McLaren driver here. Can they squeeze by?
Oh yeah, that was an easy overtake. New softs against pretty worn out mediums.
The points in touching distance now. They're 11th.
But we didn't really lose that much time with being overtaken there, which is good. Who knows, maybe we can stay with him a little bit. We are getting close to stopping.
Car behind is Gasly. He's 1.3.
We may yet go for a set of softs.
A long way to go.
Try and protect the softs. I don't know whether to go softs or mediums. I think I'll probably still go mediums. Sainz is in. This will promote Ocon back to the lead. Piastri managed to get out in front of Alex Albon, so Williams starting to suffer a little bit. Lawson has been completely removed from contention from this race by staying out. He's 10th and needs to stop again. And he's only, well, less than 2 seconds ahead of us. That speaks volumes about how bad his race has gone since his pit stop.
High-speed management is very good.
Got stuck at the back of the field and could not find a way through past anybody. As Gasly gets past us. And again, haven't lost too much time in that. One more lap, Isaac.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
One more lap after this one, and then we'll call you in.
Norris. He's 5 seconds behind.
Still got a kilo of spare fuel to burn off as well. You know, I'm going to call him in this lap. There might be a chance to overcut or undercut Lawson here.
Boxing this lap.
This will bring us out behind Schumacher. It's a decent stop, 2.2. Not as good as our first stop.
You're in clear air.
We have clean air to be able to push as hard as we want, as hard as we can.
So currently you are
I
E18.
want the tyres to warm up a little bit before I send them on full attack, though. We have seen trying to push straight out the gate on cold tyres can cause you to crash.
20 laps to go at the end of this one.
And that is not what we want. I think Lawson's just out of DRS range. He stays out. Oh no, he did just get the DRS.
Mode push, please. Mode push.
All right, full attack.
Yeah.
Let's have it, please,
Mode
Isaac.
push.
Copy.
Tire temps are good.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the sectors. 31.7 for Lawson. .31.1. That's good. That's half a second gained. .38.8 for Lawson in the middle. He's definitely been dropped by Gasly now. Probably has Norris right up his backside. He's stayed out and done another lap. He did a 1:30.9 that lap. And Norris is putting him under pressure into turn 1. 37.3 for us. That's another half a second gained. And a 19.6 purple in the final sector.
Charge on.
A 1:28.0. That's an excellent lap. Oh, and there's a lunge from Norris, a lovely lunge, and that is the move complete. How much longer for Lawson now till he stops? He'll be putting on soft tyres, I'm sure of that. Stays out another lap. Yeah, if he's going to go for softs, he kind of needs to stretch these tyres a little bit longer yet. What can we do across the line? As he does a 1:32.4. Leclerc gets past Stroll. We do a 1:30.3, so a fair bit slower, but we're not on full attack anymore. But we still took 2 seconds out of Lawson, so we've now pretty much, I think, undercut him. Depends how much time we lost on our outlap. Because we're about 2 seconds behind him when we boxed. We gained a second on the previous lap, if not more. We gained 2 seconds on this lap. It's going to be close, but I think we've undercut him. And we have a yellow flag. Bortoletto has been overtaken by Gasly. He ran wide.
Look at the McLaren driver here. And that won't help.
Just outbraking himself at Spoon. Has to let Gasly through before he can rejoin. This is the lap for Lawson. Yes, it is. No, it's not. No, I thought he was boxing. Lap 38, Ocon leads. Max is in second. Then it's Sainz in third. He's got Tsunoda right behind him. Tsunoda going for a third consecutive podium at Suzuka. He's finished third here the last 2 seasons in a row. Can he do that again today? I have to say, it's in his hands. Piastri is close behind, so is Lindblad, but I think he's under more threat from Piastri than he is from Lindblad. .129.6 for Isaac, and we're now out of spare fuel.
And we need to increase lift and coast by
15 laps
30%.
to go. He took another 1.2 seconds out of Lawson on that lap. Leclerc gets past Behrman. Here comes Yuki. Is he going to go around the outside through turn 1? He's going to try. And he sweeps on through. And Lawson's into the pits. What a great stop. Hadjar goes through. There's Isaac disappearing into turn 1. So we've actually got a much healthier lead than I thought we would have. And it's medium tyres for Lawson. And what a great result this is looking to be for Honda. They're leading the Grand Prix, although Verstappen is closing. And they have Tsunoda on the podium as well now. Sainz going to try and take the place back. Tsunoda holds the outside line, holds the position. We are slowly closing in on Schumacher, but very slowly. Let's see. He did a 1:28.7 last lap. Actually, we might be, yeah, we're actually losing time this lap. We gained about 0.2 last lap. We lost 0.3 this lap. Yeah, staying at around 8 seconds. And Piastri now is about to start putting some pressure on Carlos. But he still has Lindblad all over him. That has nearly a look into spoon there for Arvid Lindblad. And that might actually save Sainz here. At least for a little bit. Because Piastri's losing time going defensively. Lindblad goes around the outside of 130R. What a great move that was. Gets ahead into the Casio triangle, but has he given up DRS to do that? Yes, he has. Piastri coming back at Arvid here. Powers through on the inside line. But the gap to Sainz has gone back up to 1.5 seconds again. And look at that, Piastri straight onto the back of Sainz. Sainz just struggling to stay with Tsunoda here. It is possible for Tsunoda to catch Max. Took 0.4 of a second out of him on the last lap. There's enough laps at that pace to catch him. Passing is another matter. But Sainz is about to lose another place. And I think if Tsunoda wants any chance of catching Max, he needs Sainz to stay in fourth and keep Oscar at bay. Don't think he's going to be able to, though. He's going to have a little bit of a slipstream from Yuki, but here comes Oscar. Oh, good defensive driving from Sainz. Oscar switches to the inside, can't get through. And another couple of tenths taken out of Verstappen for Yuki. And he does need to up his pace a little bit. We lose a big chunk of time to Mick, who's pushing to try and get past Stroll. And there goes Oscar up the inside through Degner's 1 and 2. Sainz just putting a wheel onto the dirt as he exits Degner 2 under the bridge. And Piastri now 2 seconds back, but it's going to just start flying towards Tsunoda, I think. So the podium for Yuki, the third successive third place, is not a done deal yet. Evening, Mike. What have you missed? We got torpedoed by Iwasa. That took out Hamilton. Hadjar hasn't really had the pace consistently. The car isn't where it needs to be around this particular circuit, unfortunately. But he is still going to finish in the top 18. As long as he finishes. Tsunoda's on for his third consecutive third place at Suzuka. But Piastri is chasing him down. And Nissan in their home race trying to move up another place. Gasly's in the points at the moment in 10th. Trying to find his way past George Russell. Schumacher trying to get past Stroll, who's driving very just aggressively in defence there. But Schumacher gets through. We'll turn our attention to Gasly. New fastest lap for Liam Lawson. 127.2. He gets the gap down to just 2.5 seconds now to Isaac. Piastri has dropped Sainz. He's now just over a second away from Tsunoda, who's lost a bit of time to Max. Gap up to 5 seconds now. I don't think he's going to be able to catch Verstappen today now, especially with Piastri putting him under pressure. Piastri has just about got DRS. I don't think he's close enough to have a look this time round. Gasly can certainly make the move on Russell here. Yeah, Piastri gets right up to the back of Tsunoda, but couldn't get through too far back this time round. Russell holding the outside line, stays ahead of Gasly. Bortoletto putting Norris under some pressure as well. And Hadjar now under immediate pressure from Lawson, who is absolutely flying.
Lawson with DRS.
Can we hold him off, or are we going to get pushed wide? We get pushed wide again.
There's progress to be made.
Can we stay with him?
From tyre points of view, we don't think lift and coast is necessary.
Yeah.
Can't really push the tyres any harder.
Mode push.
Copy.
Gasly closing in again. Piastri is likely to get past Tsunoda here. Much closer this time round. And Lindblad's going to put some pressure on Sainz as well. There he is. Oh, and it's a dominant move up the inside for Oscar there. Tsunoda's podium dream is evaporating. Sainz stays ahead of Lindblad. Antonelli all over the back of Albon. Gasly still not able to get past George. And we stayed in DRS range for what it's worth, but
Charge on.
we're not going to be able to catch him. That car's just too quick for us. So we are staring down the barrel of finishing last in this Grand Prix, but it will be enough for the sponsors. Tsunoda almost been dropped. Lindblad again lurking, putting pressure on Sainz. And we are going to make another stop.
Full lift and coast, please increase by 10%.
Yeah.
Charge on.
Copy.
Go back to doing lift and coast now.
Copy.
We may as well see if we can improve our pit stop time.
No worries, mate.
2.0, the time to beat. 2.04, I think it was. That's another 2.2.
You're in clear air.
Oh, it's 2.06. We are currently third. So that's 15 points that we will get in the pit stop competition.
P18 now. Eight laps to go, including the one you're on.
And let's just see what
Let's
kind of
crack on.
potential pace we could unleash at full push. Engine at 54%, ERS at 85, gearbox at 68. Yeah, big damage to Hamilton's ERS. Engine took a little bit of a whack, lost about 20%. Gearbox has been pretty much written off. We go to China next, and I'll probably be putting a new engine into
Tyre temps look good.
Isaac's car for that.
Suggest that you can reduce the amount of lift and coast at turn 1.
Yeah, okay.
Keep an eye on the sectors, see if we can go purple across the board. I'd like to think we could, but honestly, I don't think we will. We might not even have enough battery for the end of the lap. But I wanted to hit the tyres at their absolute best. 30.8, so we're not even purple in the first sector. Middle sector might be kinder. And we are going to be just a little bit short of battery out of the final turns. 36.9 in the middle. We are on for a fastest lap here. All depends on this final sector with not quite full battery left.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
So 127.2, we just missed it.
5 laps
Needed
to go
more battery in the final sector.
Yeah.
Still a good lap though.
On.
Yeah.
Tsunoda now 3.5 seconds behind Oscar. It's not going to be a third consecutive podium for him here at Suzuka, but Honda are looking at a win at their home Grand Prix. If Ocon can stay ahead. Gasly still hasn't been able to get past George. George needs a strong defense performance like this.
And we need to increase lift and coast by
lock up for
30%.
Lawson.
Here we are then at turn 15. Struggling with the car. Just unable to control the car by that point.
Oh, so lucky for both him and Stroll that he didn't plough into the back of him there. Managed to keep him at bay. Managed to keep the car just about under control. Will have hurt his tyres, but he's still right there with Stroll.
5 laps to go.
Yeah.
Last 4 laps here for Esteban Ocon now, and Max is still closing that gap. 129.3 for Ocon, not a great lap at all. 128.8, half a second gained for Max Verstappen on that last lap. Piastri looks like he's settling for third. It's a yellow flag. Albon's done something. Has he damaged his underfloor? No, he's crashed.
Now look, here we head into turn 2. Not a lot of wiggle room here. And that's almost
contact
far from
with Antonelli,
intentional,
who goes
but there was
sideways.
contact. Who was at fault? Well, there'll definitely be fingers being pointed.
Albon's lost a place. He's lost a couple of places. He's going to have some damage on his car, and that's a lot of damage to the tyres of Antonelli there. Yeah, missing the entire end plate on that right-hand side of his front wing. And 3 places lost for Alex Albon.
4 laps to go.
There's Antonelli, Russell and Norris all getting through. He's going straight on the attack against Norris though. He hasn't got the grip. Hadjar absolutely flying at the moment. The gap to Stroll's down to 15 seconds already. Three laps to go. Verstappen now just 1.8 seconds behind Ocon. Took another couple of tenths out of him. Sainz has caught back up to Tsunoda as well, so 4th place might be at risk here. Antonelli has picked up a 5-second penalty.
Tyres are quite hot.
Yeah.
Oh, what's happened to Max? Max has lost a little bit of time. Has Ocon started to push, or has Max run wide somewhere?
Three laps to go.
Yeah.
A 128.8 for Ocon, so it was a bad lap for Verstappen, a 130.047. Yeah, Max lost a huge amount of time there. Gap's now 2.9 seconds. I wonder if his tyres have got... No, his tyres are at 40%. Is he harvesting? Is that why? Why he lost time. Whatever the reason, it's a beautiful present for Ocon. He's cut to Sainz as he tries to get past Tsunoda. Gap to Stroll now 11 seconds with 2 laps to go.
2 more laps after this one.
Copy.
Sainz's tyres not looking too pretty. He's at 33%. Final lap. He is in DRS range here. He's got some battery left. He's about 50% on his battery charge. Doesn't use any out of the turn there. Oh no, wait, that's 53. That's the lap counter. Yeah, his battery's at 63% now.
Mode push, please. Mode push.
Yep.
And I don't think he's got enough left. I think his tyres aren't going to hold out. Ocon, 3 seconds clear. This is going to be a dream result for Honda, taking a win at their home track and 4th place as well. Sainz is too far back from Yuki now. Antonelli's penalty is going to drop him out of the top 10. Oh, he might just stay in the top 10, actually. He might just manage it. Gasly's pushing hard.
And it's Ocon. Ocon first over the line today. And it's a victory for Esteban Ocon.
What a great result for Aston.
Just an incredible demonstration of why they belong in Formula One.
It's going to be so close. Is Gasly going to get ahead of Antonelli? That penalty needs to be applied. I think he's just missed out. I think Antonelli's somehow going to keep that final point. Here comes Hadjar.
Copy.
And he will bring it home in 18th place and immediately run out of fuel.
Or else we
But we got the gap down to Stroll to just 6 seconds at the end there.
Unfortunately, that ended up being a disastrous day for Lewis.
They'll be very disappointed to have had their race end early. No driver wants that to happen, but now they just have to look forward.
There's the Frenchman, Esteban Ocon, taking to the podium, and another added to his career tally.
Their first win of the season, and the team looking on will be very proud, I'm sure.
And a lovely show of sportsmanship to conclude proceedings here in Japan. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
And that's all for today as we wrap up the weekend here in Japan.
Join us for the next round as we head to Shanghai for all the excitement of the Chinese Grand Prix.
Confirmation then of the final result. It is a win for Esteban Ocon, with the Red Bulls of Verstappen and Piastri rounding out the podium in second and third respectively. Tsunoda takes fourth place, just missed out on that remarkable third place streak continuing, unfortunately for him, finishing 5 seconds behind Oscar in the end. Red Bull just a little bit too strong for Yuki today. Sainz finishing in fifth place, down 4 places from where he started. Lindblad in 6th, Russell 7th. So some good points for Russell. Much needed points for Russell. He's way off the top of the standings at the moment. A good drive for Lando, up 8 places to take 8th position. Albon down into 9th thanks to that contact with Antonelli, who does just hang on to a point by less than 0.2 of a second over Pierre Gasly. Bortoletto in 12th, Leclerc 13th, 14th for Behrman, 15th for Schumacher, 16th for Lawson, 17th for Stroll, 18th and at the back of the field for Isaac. Would have been closer, could potentially have actually finished ahead of Stroll had we not boxed him, but we wanted to see if we could get an extra point in the pit stops, and finishing 17th wouldn't have made any difference to our race at all, really, in the grand scheme of things. Multiple retirements. Perez with a failed gearbox, pulling into the pits and retiring. Iwasa torpedoing Lewis Hamilton out of the Grand Prix early on. And I forget what happened to Colapinto. Oh yeah, Colapinto spinning out through at the Casio Triangle quite early on as well. So let's see what that has done to the driver standings. Lando is still top. He has 63 points now. Piastri has closed the gap to 10 with his third place today. Max moves up a place into third with his second place. He's on 47 points now. And Ocon up 9 places with his win. He's on 41 points. Hamilton down a couple of places. No points again for him. And our first DNF. Sainz still a point behind in 6th place. Tsunoda on 30 points in 7th, and it's Antonelli on 24, 22 points for Lawson, 21 for Leclerc to round out the top 10. Hadjar in 11th is down a couple of places. He's on 19 points, as is Alex Albon, but a second place for Isaac trumps Albon's best result so far. Gasly has 16 points. Lindblad also 16 points, is just behind him in the standings. 15 points for Colapinto and also for George Russell. Stroll has 6 points, 4 points for Perez, and then the non-scorers, Bortoletto up 2 places. He's now 19th, ahead of Behrman, Iwasa and Schumacher. In the constructors' standings, Red Bull go into top spots with 100 points. They scored 33 today. Mercedes dropped down into second, just 5 points for Mercedes today. And huge points for Aston, 37 points gained. They move up 3 places into third. They're on 71 points now. Ferrari have 53. We dropped down a couple of places. We're still on 52. Williams now have 41 points in 6th. 2 places gained for Audi. They're up to 7th on 22 points. Then it's Nissan with 16. Maserati with 15. McLaren now up to 15 as well in 10th. And Haas bottom with 4 points. In the pit stop challenge, we came 3rd. So a nice 15 points earned there. Mercedes get 1st and 8th. Ferrari takes 2nd and 10th. Aston taking 4th. Red Bull 5th and 9th. McLaren 6th and 7th. So multiple teams getting both cars into the top 10 today. Let's see what the standings look like. It is 3 places gained and top spots for Mercedes. 29 points earned today. Puts them on 85 points. 9 points clear of McLaren in 2nd. And a further point back, Aston Martin in 3rd. Maserati dropped down into 4th. No points for them. They stay on 60 points. Red Bull on 41 points. Sorry, Ferrari on 41 points in 5th. Red Bull gets up to 18 points now. They're up 3 places in 6th place, ahead of Audi on 16. We move up 3 spots as well with our first points of the season. We're on 15 in 8th. Haas in 9th have 11. Then it's Nissan with 7. BMW yet to get off the mark in this competition this year. And our best stop was in this race this season, a 2.063. No finish for Hamilton, so no money from him. And no pit stops either. Isaac's first stop, the money stop. Second and third stops, both again in the 2.2 range. But we do need some more points. And unfortunately, we need more money as well. Just 979,000. A lot of damage caused to Hamilton's car. Let's find out just how much damage, how many parts are broken, and whether we can actually field a fully spec'd car for the next race. Before we do that, though, let's take a quick look at the race breakdown. Driver of the day was Kimi Antonelli with 10 overtakes, 1 successful defence, 7 positions gained. Liam Lawson with the fastest lap, a 127.1. There we see Sainz starting on the pole, finishing in 5th place. Yeah, not a great race for us at all, unfortunately. If we take a look at the season, this is how car performance currently stacks up. We are still about 7% off the back of the grids. The rest of the grid separated by just about 2%. So we definitely need to find some improvements. Aston with the best overall car. Fastest car is the Red Bull. Best DRS is Aston. They also had the best high-speed cornering. Red Bull, the best medium-speed cornering. Very, very tight between those two teams indeed. BMW very close as well. They've got the best low-speed and tyre wear performance. And Haas actually have the best dirty air performance. They are currently ranked 4th overall. Standings, team, driver. There we go. So, our first retirement of the season, unfortunately there, after a good string of results for Hamilton. No retirements yet for Isaac, but some disappointing recent results. 18th in both of tonight's races, unfortunately. Mick Schumacher does finally get himself across the line at the end of a race. Okay, it takes 15th tonight. Still no points for him, though. And here's how the results have gone for the team so far. Aston here, you can see they've had 3 retirements this season, but their other results have been strong. If their cars had finished in these races, they could well be up at the top here. You can see no team has had a dominant run yet. We've had some really good results for one car, not so much for the other there. And same here, a mixture of good results for Max and a mixture of good results for Antonelli. For Piastri, but no main consistency in every single race yet, which is why there is no real breakaway runner leader at the top of the standings yet. And here is us. You can see again, really good in the first 2 Grand Prix. Lots of points aplenty. No points in the last 2 races. Hopefully things will improve for us here in China. We shall see. Let's go back to our home base. The dreaded purple in the inbox, although hopefully this means that our factory is no longer on fire. No, it's a regulation change vote. Okay, we're still on fire then. Oh yeah, it's only 5 days to go. We've got another 5 days to go yet before someone will put the flames out. Let's see then, how bad is the damage? It's terrible. Failures and destruction aplenty. We lost 2 of our underfloors today, just through practice. We have lost 2 front wings, 2 rear wings. We've lost a suspension and a chassis as well. And you can see the powertrain should be pretty similar. So we lost about 22% on Hamilton's engine. We lost about 30% on his ERS. And a lot, 60-odd% on his gearbox. So that gearbox is toast. That gearbox is not going to run again. The ERS will still be good for a while yet, but it's not ideal. And the engine is now relegated to practice part a little earlier than planned, unfortunately. Let's see, what is the regulation vote for next season? High speed or low speed changes that will affect suspension, underfloor, and the 2 wings. Let's have a quick look at our staff. Let's see who's better in which category. Front wing and rear wing and underfloor are all good. Ian Gregg's performance is pretty similar between the 2. All right. Let's vote for high-speed downforce changes. Hopefully that will close the field up a bit more. There's more high-speed corners than low-speed corners on our calendar, I think. So, on balance, I think high speed is probably the better choice. Let's see if we can fix the cars. Only by rolling back on Isaac. We do actually have a spare. That's good. And we have a spare here as well. So, we've had to steal a chassis and a rear wing from Isaac to give to Hamilton. I didn't really want to have to do that this year, but because our factory is still on fire, we're not going to have spare parts in time for China. And we do need to give our best driver the best chance of actually scoring points for our long-term objective. It's not an ideal situation. It's not one I wanted to put my drivers in, unfortunately. But it is something I think we kind of have to do. Let's offer a new contract to Neil Holdy. See if we can get him to sign on something similar. I'm happy to offer him 2.4 mil. Let's offer him a 10% bonus. Huh, why wouldn't it only give me a 7-day? Okay. We're going to try and re-sign Ian as well. Because unless he wants a lot of money. Try it, see what he says. He's probably going to want a little bit more. And Marco, we've got options on Marco. We are scouting at the moment. Let's I don't want to spend any money because we're going to need it. Our suspension design is complete, but we don't have any slots to build, I don't think. Yeah, we can only emergency manufacture, which we're not going to do. Alright, scout reports are back on Enrico Cardley. See what he wants. If we can get him cheap, that would be amazing. So we'll make him an offer, see if he wants to join us. He may well be replacing Neil Holdy next season. Richard Wolverton, let's have a look. Sporting director. He's on 3 mil. Oof, that's expensive. His training is significantly better. Negligible difference in the aptitude. Down a little bit in processes, but he's up 10 points in leadership. He's definitely one to consider. He's after a lot more money than Peroni's on at the moment, though. And I do want to have a look at... Where is he? Will Courtney, who is also with an F2 team at the moment. Look, Sarah is out of a job at Ferrari. Who've they taken on? Oh, they brought back David Sanchez. Interesting. All right. Driver scouting. Antonelli has 3 years left on his deal. Gasly's out of contracted into the season. And then we're looking at a replacement for end of next season. So, I mean, these are the two that are on my radar right now. Lindblad and Behrman to replace Hamilton. Let's have a look at some race engineer options. Do we want to try and bring across Bono for next season for Lewis? We'll scout him out. GP's out of contract at the end of the season as well. And let's scout it. Oh, we haven't got any scouts left. But we'll scout out GP as a potential signing as well. Anyone else to have a look at? Javi is with us. He's out of contract at the end of the year. Brian Bossie's gone to Maserati. So Richard Wood's gone from RedBull to Ferrari. And John Howard's at Nissan. Will Joseph's at Ferrari. He's on a contract at the end of the year as well. Okay, some interesting developments in the staff market. Are we no longer on fire? Neil Holdy has accepted the contract. We're going to wait and see. We'll just acknowledge. Ian Gregg's come back with a counter offer. He wants a fair bit more. He wants 3.2 mil. So, for that kind of money, we could be looking at Peter Pedromo. Who is up more than he's down. Is there anyone else we can look at? Sean Whitehead. But he's 65 years old, so we're not going to get much improvement in the long run. Yeah, it's pretty much between Ian and Peter, isn't it? Let's just sound him out. I think he's going to want too much. Yeah, looks like he's going to want too much money. Alright, so let's go back to Ian. Make him a counter offer. Don't want to pay that much money. That's more than double what he's on right now. Let's try him on 3 mil. Alright, advancing time. Hey, we are no longer on fire, but I think we still have to wait another day. Let's have a look. Oh, no, slot's open. So let's start building that new suspension. Let's build 3 of those. Oh, no, wait. Let's build another rear wing. We'll get that in time to put that back onto the car. We will have another chassis in 2 days. We don't need another side pod just yet. So we can actually get Hajar's car back to full spec. That's excellent news. Results of the regulation changes for next season are here. And it will be high-speed changes. So the vote has passed 6-5. Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, Nissan and BMW joined us in voting for high-speed changes. RedBull, Haas, Maserati, Audi and Aston voting against. We know about that, so that's not an issue. Let's fit that back onto Isaac's car. There we go. Now we can start to build the suspension. There we go. Has that chassis come through? Yes, it has. Let's put that back on as well. And let's have a look. Both cars should be the same spec now. And they are. There we go. Fantastic stuff. Alright, what is purple in the inbox? Cadillac has accepted the contract. Okay, so he's better and he's going to cost us less money, I think. Yes, he is. It's going to cost us a little bit less. Not just in terms of wages, but also in terms of signing bonus as well. And we'll get 4 seasons out of it instead of 3. So let's confirm that. Enrico Cadillac will be joining us next season. Let's take a look at our scout report on Will Courtney. 91 across the board, a $3 million salary. It is a big step forward. But we know Marco's going to want a huge chunk of money. Let's see if we can sign Will Courtney. Oh yeah, we can, look. Absolutely we can. Can I even get him for 4 seasons? Well, maybe. Let's tidy this up. There we go. Offer submitted for Will Courtney. Oh, and it's accepted the deal. Apparently we had him on an immediate deadline. I don't know why. But there we go. Could I have got him for 4 years? I don't know. But Will Courtney will join us next season. Ian Gregg, we are not sure about yet. Probably going to sign him. Negotiations are still going through. And Neil Holdy is leaving us at the end of the year now. He's done a good job for us, but Cadillac is available. Holdy wants more money, and he's not as skilled. Kind of makes sense to make that switch. Let's have a look at Bono. Bono is with Hamilton, isn't he? Yes, he is. So, negligible difference in communication. Feedback is better. Composure is better. Question is, though, I mean, the salary is very different, but I don't think Javi will re-sign at that kind of wage, unfortunately. Let's make him an offer. See what he says. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to offer a lot. Alright, let's see what Javi wants. Yeah, we can get him cheaper. And he'll accept that offer. There we go. So that puts us slightly into debt for the signing bonuses, but we have sorted out those contracts. Now we just need to do Mark Slade. And he will continue with us next season as well. Excellent stuff. So we are 460,000 in debt as we head to China, but we have tied up contracts for both of our engineers. We still have 2 years on Hamilton. We've got 3 years on Isaac. And for our other staff, we've tied up Enrico for next season. Will Courtney will be joining us to replace Marco next season, and we are waiting to hear back from Ian on his contract. Excellent stuff. Productive. Very productive. There are the current standings then. Lando leads from Oscar by 10 points. Red Bull are 13 points clear at the top of the constructors. That is it for today. Thank you all for keeping me company on my birthday. Much appreciated. If you have enjoyed today's stream, a thumbs up would be much appreciated. If you are not yet subscribed, then why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well? It is free. And be sure to hit that bell for notifications on new videos and live streams. I will be back with more video content over the weekend, and we will pick up our F1 Manager series again on Monday with round 5 as we head to China. We'll be back at the usual time of 8 PM on Monday. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with some more F1 Manager very soon.